Yes, well, it's very nice to connect with you today, and especially keep this connection with Kamala Shila. One of the functions today, of course, is to encourage you to give some dana for Kamala Shila, because these are Dharma centers. For those of you who visited Kamala Shila, you know it's a big place and it has many overheads and running costs. And in these difficult times, if we can support the continuity of a Dharma center, that's very helpful. Without Dharma centers, we're just wandering around. They are very good for locating our Dharma practice and especially maintaining the daily rituals that they have. So it's a major part of Dharma practice. In the West, many of us lead, you could say, very ordinary lives in its outer form. We're not wearing Dharma robes. We're not connected too much with the rituals of a monastic life. But nonetheless, that the presence of Dharma centers is a kind of background pulsation, a continuing beat that gives us a sense of direction and purpose. So it's a very precious resource. So today I'm going to focus a bit on the relation between compassion and emptiness. And I'll approach this in different ways. When we focus on Mahamudra and Dzogchen, the terms compassion are not used so much. And I want to explain why that is. Generally speaking, we can think of compassion in relation to people. We know different people in our lives, and some people we can say are more kind, considerate, compassionate than other people. Some people are more self-preoccupied, self-obsessed, or even selfish. So we can tell the difference. So we might think that compassion is a quality of the person. When we engage in Dharma, we might start to feel that by saying our prayers and doing our visualizations, we open ourselves to more resources of compassion. So we think then that compassion is a quality of the practice. But in both Mahamudra and Dzogchen, see compassion is a quality of the ground, or the basis, or the source out of which everything is manifesting, which is emptiness. The ungraspable, the unfathomable, the infinite manifests itself moment by moment in gestures of connectivity. These can be open to, and we find ourselves participating in a field of connectivity, or we can not open to that and we just vibrate in our own little area of self-concern. So if the focus of your practice is on the non-dual aspect of Buddha Dharma, primarily Mahamudra and Dzogchen, then you have to really be aware that every manifestation has the potential of compassion if we understand its own ground. So we're going to get to that slowly today. We arrived this morning looking at our little computer machines, and we are ourselves. Probably at home, you look around, you see various items which remind you, oh, this is me, this is where I live, this is how I like to live, or how I have to live. We are returned to our sense of personal identity. I am me, I have my history, my family, my qualities, which I might like or not like. And on the basis of being a person, I move towards the world with this notion of liking and disliking. And this sets up all kinds of interpretations of what I find around me. The traditional way of looking at this is in terms of the 5 skandhas. The first is form, which is color and shape. That is to say, you look around the world and you you see, it looks like something. It looks like something because we believe it's something, but there is a basic form and we have a feeling tone reaction to it, either liking or not liking or neutral. This second skanda or aggregate or aspect of what it means to be a human being is enormously important, because it's the basis of the selectivity out of which we build up our sense of how the world is. So when we like something, our gaze goes with it more and more. It becomes important. We see it as being important because we believe in it, because we give it our attention. It is shining because of our attention. Also with things we don't like, we look at them again and again. We're maybe upset by how people in our vicinity live. They're very noisy at night, playing loud music, or they park their car in the wrong place. And every time we see that thing, we get more, oh. So our attention and our belief and the arising of this formation come together as something impactful. And then from that, we go on to process it through our apprehension, how we take it up, the third skanda, how we add to it our interpretations and linking, the fourth skanda, which brings us to a final kind of consciousness, a full comprehension where we are clear, this is what it is. And that gives us a kind of definite knowledge. When the Buddha was describing this, he's pointing to this as a problem. You know, and from a psychological point of view, it's quite an interesting way of thinking about our process of being alive. But for the Buddha, this is really bad news, because we are reifying, we are solidifying something which is not solid. We are not seeing the dependent origination. We are not seeing the absence of inherent existence in these formations. So you can just think of people you know. You have some friends, hopefully. You have some people you don't like so much, probably. And how come? Why is it that you think that your friends are nicer or better than the people you don't like so much? You seem to see some inherent quality in them. They are just like this. This is who they are. So this is our sense that we can have a definitive knowledge, a knowledge about what is happening, a knowledge of real people out there who are different from us. So they are something, they are kind of nominative, they are like a noun. And then we see them as having qualities which we take as inherent. So we see these adjectives and adverbs that we apply, kind, caring, beautiful, whatever. We see these as accurate descriptions of the quality of the person. This is how we will wander in samsara. Because when you see someone as strongly real, as existing in themselves, as having this definite existence, it very easily evokes an affective response. The basic form of this is what we call the 5 poisons. The first is kind of mental dullness, an assumption of the solidity and truth of the other person. It's not exactly an emotion, but it's a consolidation of the fact of the other as being firstly separate from me. You are not me, and you are like that. So I cut you off from me, duality, and I have access to the truth about you. This is how you are. So there is a kind of confidence in my perception that I can see clearly and I know clearly, I know the truth. This is how you are. Parents often give feedback to children in that way. Let me tell you who you are. This is both mental dullness and pride. Sometimes it has aversion in it. So these 5 poisons: mental dullness, attraction or desire, aversion or anger, pride and jealousy, are the main colorations or flavors through which we experience the qualities of the world. When we have desire, we pay more attention. When we have anger, we also pay attention, but in a more suspicious way. We're looking for the faults in the other person. When we have desire, we're looking for the value in the other person. So when these 5 poisons or 5 afflictions are running inside us, we have the confidence of the accuracy of our perception, but we also have the confusion of being deluded, because life is not really like that. So these basic teachings from the Buddha's first turning of the wheel of the Dharma, which he gave in Sarnath, is so very important to start to think, I'm crazy. If I read the Dharma text, either the Dharma is crazy or I'm crazy. I think this is a good person, this is a bad person. President Trump is like that, other leaders are like that. I know what they're like. They're very good or very bad, depending on your prejudice. This feels true, but from the point of view of Dharma, this is the voice of craziness, because there is no actual person there. When we look at the 5 skandhas, we see each person is constituted out of the interplay of these 5 factors. And but the person, the gangsak, the gathering form, is devoid of inherent existence. It doesn't exist in itself. It is a process of unfolding. Your mother was a process of unfolding. Your father was a process of unfolding. They unfolded for you in a particular way, but they unfolded for other people in different ways. Rather, when you see your friends talking with other people and you think, oh, they're not really like that with me. I wonder why. What is that? That gives you an indication. There is no inherent definitive vibration or fixed entity which repeats itself again and again. Rather, the 5 skandhas are like 5 pieces of glass in a kaleidoscope, and every time you turn this kaleidoscope, these pieces of glass fall into a different pattern and a different pattern. So when you talk with a friend or a boss at work, or someone you don't like, or someone neutral, you come together in a different way. You are constellated. Oh, so I am a process of pattern, formation, and revelation. Oh, I show myself as patternings which are arising in relation to how I'm perceiving the field. If I'm talking and people look bored, that's going to affect how I am. If you're smiling, that's going to affect how I am, because we are in a field of interactivity. So the first basis of compassion is that we have the suffering of taking the world, taking ourselves, taking other people to be something which is not the case. Suffering arises from ignorance and attachment. Ignorance means ignoring how it is, not seeing how it is on a very general level, which is generally explained as not seeing impermanence. We imagine a permanent quality in our mom or our dad. And the second is that we have an attachment. that not only are we not attending to the unfolding display or process of phenomena, but having fabricated, having created for ourselves this form that we imagine to be the truth of the situation, we then attach to it. And we want the other person to continue to be in that way. So, small children are usually quite good at interrupting their parents, especially their mothers. They insist on getting attention. They don't want the mum to be sitting quietly having a cup of coffee. They don't want the mum to be chatting with a friend. They want the mum to be giving them attention, because they know this person, this mother, is for me. That's what all she is. She's not anything else. She's just a sunshine ray coming onto me. When we see that, we see that the desperation that you have to be the one I know you to be. And so when children grow up in a family, maybe where the mother has problems with alcohol or has a very unstable mental life or is very lonely and so ends up getting involved with lots of different men, that becomes very difficult for the child because they see the mother crying or very happy, having huge fluctuations of emotion. And they can't stabilize this object of their attachment. And that then makes it difficult for them to become stable inside themselves. So on a psychological level or a human level, stability in the objects of our attachment is reassuring for us. Now we're on the wave of a huge amount of climate change, which will transform our existence in ways we can't even begin to imagine. We are already seeing with the virus, this COVID virus spreading everywhere, how unpredictable everything has become, how all our plans become tentative, perhaps, maybe. We have to have alternative possibilities. And this creates a kind of, on a good day, a sort of lightness. Oh, well, let's see. On a not so good day, we feel troubled and how am I going to live? I can't go on like this forever. I have to know something. What am I going to do? I've got a diary. I've got to put things in the diary and then I know where I am. And the virus is coming in and undermining the possibility of really believing this. So when we look in this way, we can see, oh, in order to maintain my sense that I am stable and predictable, that I can know who I am, I require the world to be stable around me. And as the world becomes less stable, I become less secure about who I am. I might deal with that by becoming obsessional. That is to say, I might always have a mala in my hand and be doing mantras all day long. That could be because I'm deeply in my spiritual practice, or it could be that I'm using it like people in Greece and Turkey as a kind of little thing to reassure myself that I'm wanting to confirm myself. I know the mantra, I know what to do, I'm a virtuous person, I'm making progress, which is probably a story. So as attachment becomes more difficult, either we try to stabilize the object or retreat from the world and stabilize ourselves, or take on an obsessional activity. For example, in Britain, during the lockdown, more and more people were looking at Netflix and looking at these huge big box sets of ridiculous soap operas and so on, as a way of absorbing themselves into a fantasy land. And we can see with many of the right-wing political parties, they are also a kind of fantasy soap opera, promising eternal purity for this group or that group, promising the removal of all enemies and difficulties. They are the kind of paradise parties. All bad things will vanish, all good things will be there, and we will be victorious forever. So these attitudes become very popular when the ordinary objects of our attachment become uncertain. From the Dharma point of view, though, there is an encouragement. Don't rush into having an antidote. Try to see what this means. Oh, who I take myself to be is dependent on the patterning of the field around me. I am not autonomous. I am not independent. I don't have an internally defining inherent existence. I am co-determined by events. I am in this dependent co-origination. Therefore, how I am impacts other people, and how they are impacts me. So this is the beginning of seeing that, oh, the normal notion of duality, of self inside and other outside, perhaps that's not true. Perhaps actually there's more, if we haven't reached non-duality yet, we're now more into interdependence. There is a kind of linking of subject and object. So if one moves, the other moves. That means that if how you move is going to influence me, if I can influence how you move, I can influence your impact on me, and then I'll feel better. Therefore, kindness to you is in my own self-interest. This is a kind of pragmatic view of compassion. If I make you happy, then I'm going to be looking at a happy face all day, and that's very nice. If I don't make you happy, I'll get your sour face, and that's shit. So I'm going to make you happy for me. Never mind you, just for me. So we're all familiar with this ordinary transactional kind of behavior. And it's important to see this, because always in Dharma, when we understand a practice or an insight, we want to see the potential sabotage which is built inside it. How could we take this the wrong way? How could we misuse this the wrong way? In the tantric system in particular, you have many samayas, vows, obligations, because of the danger of using things in the wrong way. That the ego can misappropriate the Dharma for its own purpose. The Dharma used well will soften the ego so that you can see its emptiness, and then it doesn't have any problem. But when we begin, we're still centered in our sense of being a separate person. And this egoic positioning can be very corrupting. In institutions, it leads to ambition, conflict with staff members, all kinds of me first behavior. And we can observe this in ourselves. In a hierarchical world, generally it's better to be near the top than near the bottom. So we want to push forward and secure our own territory and make sure we are safe. But when we start to practice Dharma, it starts to be different. So once we start to see I am a process of the interaction of aspects of my potential, which form and reform according to interactions with the environment, then we start to shift away from the perception of entities to a sense of interaction and co-emergence. For example, if you go for a walk and the wind is blowing, you see that the leaves on the trees are moving. This is a conversation between the tree and the wind. They are moving together. The wind moves and the leaves move. The leaves are attached to this small shoots that fit into the small branch, then the big branch, then the trunk. And these connectors are very pliable because they have to let the leaf move. The trunk is not pliable, trunk is fixed. So a tree is a whole life of hard areas and soft, pliable areas, which is very similar to us. We have our bones and we have our wonderful skin, which is soft and always moving. When we have a moving surface, we're able to stay with events more easily. If you are a lobster or a tortoise, you have your shell, which protects you to a certain extent, but it traps you in a defensive position of withdrawal, that you can't actually move very fast or be particularly useful at attacking, because someone can come at you from behind. We are very, very fortunate. We are so pliable. This is why human life is considered the best place for practicing the Dharma, because we see so many different things and we can feel so many different things. We have a huge range of experience that we can then stay close to and feel, I am like this now. I am like this now. I am like this now. I am the flow of experience. And none of these experiences is truly definitive of who I am. So in that way, we start to come into Dharma. But when we look at the teaching on compassion, generally we consider three aspects of compassion. The first is compassion arising on the basis of consideration of sentient beings as the object. So we think about the sentient beings in the six realms, in the formless heavens, in the form heavens, in the sensuous heavens, as the asura, jealous gods, as humans, as animals, animals under the earth, animals on the earth, in the sky, in the sea, all the different kinds of insects, the hungry ghosts, and the hot and cold and neutral hells. So there are, from the Buddhist point of view, there are many, many possibilities in which you can find yourself manifesting. There's a whole discussion you can have about rebirth and what is reborn and is it me who is reborn. But anyway, we have been born. We say, this is me. And when we look at the birds, they seem to be saying, this is me. They fly around. And even the worm seems to say, this is me. Bird, stay away. Don't peck me. Everything has a sense of self-referential identity. This is me. And it's because of that, because we experience ourselves separate from the environment, that we feel the advantages in the environment: food, nurturing, reproductive possibilities, sexual pleasure, and so on. And we feel also the dangers in the environment, that there can be accidents, that animals can eat us or kill us, that sicknesses can come, viruses can come. That is to say, that which is other can come onto self. If you're driving your car, the car coming near you may be driven by somebody who's drunk, or they may have a sudden heart attack. They may have a sudden epileptic seizure. Of course, they shouldn't be driving, but they have a seizure and they whack into you. Oh, like that. So what is other, if it hits self, suddenly is very, very difficult. We can see that with climate change, that many creatures are having their environment destroyed. That what was workable, even with the traditional fires in Australia, because the fire had a limited extent of burning, the animals could run away, or they found a way to hide for a day deep in the earth, and then the fire would be over. With the recent fires burning for many, many days and expanding so fast, these creatures die. So what was other, the hot, dry temperature, which meant that there was less moisture in the earth, and then the sudden huge burning fires, this other suddenly caught these creatures and they couldn't escape. Our life is always dependent on the absence of the factors of death and the presence of the factors of maintenance. we can breathe in and out. If somebody released poison gas and we breathe it in, because we have to breathe, we breathe in the poison gas and we die. Many people have been killed in this way. So how incredibly fragile is our human situation? And we see that also for animals. We look around, sometimes in the springtime, you see little bird chicks lying on the ground. They've fallen out of the nest. The parents can't pick them up. And this little creature with not enough feathers is hopping around, and soon it will be eaten by some other animal, cat or something. It is very vulnerable. If it had stayed in the nest, it would be okay, but for some reason, maybe the other little chicks moving around pushed it out and it's gone. So what we see in the 6 realms of samsara is incredible fragility. And fragility means we experience the impact of factors, and the impact of factors means disturbance. So if we start at the very bottom, in the hells, we have the 8 hot hells, where flames are burning, or where it's put in red hot containers, or in boiling oil, and so on. There is a huge impact from the other, from the environment, onto the formation that we identify as myself. And we can't settle. These are places of endless torment. Same in the cold hells. Maybe sometimes you've been out and you've been caught in a sudden snowstorm and you get really, really cold. And you think, this is the end. I can't do anything. I'm just too cold. Or you go out camping and your sleeping bag is not warm enough in the middle of the night. You're just shaking with the cold, and you put on all your clothes, but you're still cold, and you can't escape from the cold. That's what this cold hell is meaning. It is inescapable that the negative environment is getting to the subject. Now, whether you see these 6 realms as actual places or actual potential experiences or as metaphors, if you see the basic principle, you can see that a quality of them is operating all the time. That when you have a self, the self is not all alone in the middle of nowhere. It's always in an environment, and it is the relationship between self and environment that generates either pain or pleasure. So in the Preta realm, in these hungry ghosts or hungry beings, these are creatures who are tormented by hunger and thirst. That is to say, when you're hungry, you want something of the world, the other, to come into you. You want to eat an apple. If you're thirsty, you want to drink some water. I am insufficient. I am not self-complete. I am not an island of contentment because my body dries out, because I urinate, because I sweat, and so on. I need liquid. I need food. And so for the hungry ghosts, they find themselves not getting what they need. Now, the Buddha said very clearly, suffering has 2 main forms: getting what you don't want and not getting what you do want. And when we look at these 6 realms, that's what we see everywhere. These hungry ghosts want food and drink, but when they try to take this and put it in their mouth, it turns instantly into molten metal, and their mouth is burning, or if it goes into their stomach, it's causing incredible torment. So they tend to have bloated stomachs, like you get with starving children, as we saw in the old Biafran War, and very, very narrow throats. They can never get enough. They are always dissatisfied, discontented. Contentment is the harmony of subject and object. Harmony, subject and object. You go on holiday in a better time, maybe you go to some beautiful island in the Mediterranean, you lie on the beach, You get a bit hot, so you swim in the sea, then you lie on the beach. Oh, this is wonderful. I could be here all day, but then, oh, I'm a bit hungry. So you have to get up and you go to a cafe. The lunch is good, but you're not on the beach because your hunger has taken you. You're actually interrupted by yourself, which takes you into a new aspect of the environment. So in the animal realm, animals are the animals which are, if you like, wild. They are also at the mercy of environmental factors. As we see with the huge amount of plastic in the sea, whales have got carrying plastic in their stomachs. Many fish have a lot of plastic in them. They get caught in the fishing nets. They get disoriented with the sound that big ocean-going ships make, the huge container ships. The sonar waves which are sent out by submarines and the military ships are very disturbing for whales as well. Creatures who for a long, long time, millions of years, have adapted to particular patterns of the environment are suddenly confronted with these huge changes and they don't know what to do. We have the factory farming of fish, these salmon farms, trout farms, where tens of thousands of fish are compacted together in narrow cages and fed artificial food, things that they would never eat by themselves. The same with battery chickens in huge hot houses and so on. So when animals either are captive or wild, they face many dangers. There are all kinds of predators, what we call the food chain, in which the bigger animals are able to eat others. And also they don't even necessarily eat very much. They can just take a bite out of you and leave you there to die while other creatures come and slowly consume you. Some animals perversely kill for pleasure, just as some human beings do. So the fate of animals is very, very uncertain. Some animals are made prisoner, turned into the slavery we call having a pet, having a dog or a cat or a bird in a cage. We entrain animals for all sorts of reasons. If you have a pet, you want this captive creature to be your friend. If you eat a steak, you want this animal killed to please your tongue. That is to say, human beings are very good at making use of the resources that are in the world, that we turn everything into a commodity. And the commodification of animals in particular is clearly indicating that we are disrespectful to their autonomy. We don't see cows as autonomous. The farmer owns the cows. He puts little things in their ear, plastic identifiers, so that everybody can track if the cow runs away or somebody steals the cow, who it really belongs to. Everything becomes owned, just as in the past, many human beings were turned into slaves. So we start to see that the interaction of human beings and sentient beings in the different realms are often very far away from compassion. They're often predicated entirely on me first. What about me? I need these things. Human beings, we know, do all kinds of terrible things. The armaments industry, the supply of guns and bullets and bombs of all kinds is hugely expansive in the human world. Many, many countries are surviving by exporting weapons. Britain makes a huge amount of its national economy from exporting weapons. And of course, we export the weapons to countries which are likely to use them for bad purposes. So, why do we do this? Because we want to profit. Why do we want to profit? Because I need to earn money, because I have a family and I have to feed my kids and I want them to have nice holidays. So out of love and concern for my people, my family, my group, I exploit and become an agent of cruelty to other groups. This is very often the human position, that we want to get a trade advantage. Now Britain, in its disastrous desire to leave the European Union, is negotiating, and it's on both sides as the issue. What about us? We need to win. Why should we lose? Why should we lose? Nobody wants to lose. Everybody wants to win. So we have conflict. The conflict leads to lies, to positions, to hiding the facts. No one really knows. In Britain, we have quite a suspicion that Brexit will be very, very painful and unpleasant, but it's hidden in huge terms because the government doesn't want people to really know, because it's ideological, it's dogmatic. And as we'll see when we look a bit later at the link between compassion and wisdom, dogma is a real demonic form. When you take up a position, whether it's free market capitalism or communism, any kind of fixed structure of interpretation which you believe in as your true vehicle of the truth, leads you to over-definite knowledge. This is what we have to do. This is very important. Actually, we don't know very much. We're stumbling around in the dark, and a little bit of humility would probably do us all a lot of good. But politicians won't get elected for humility. They have to pretend to know when they don't know. So they are in bad faith, and then we become idiotic in the fantasy belief that they're telling the truth, even when we know they're not telling the truth. So this is one of the great qualities of human beings: hypocrisy, self-deception, and cloud cuckoo land, eternal fantasy. Why do we do this? Because we have a tension, which all beings in the six realms have, but it's particularly clear for human beings. We have a tension between accurate perception and imagination and interpretation. That we look and see and then tell ourselves an alternative story. We tell us that something will be glorious when it was not. So, for example, you have a big discussion in America in terms of Black Lives Matter. And the question in the southern states where there was a lot of slavery, was slavery a reasonable way of organizing a society, and that it gave rise to different kinds of culture, supported kind of architecture and music and so on? Or was it something quite demonic? Should there be reparation to the people from lineages of former slavery, or should they just shut up and get on with life? These are very big tensions in American culture at the moment. And the same for Britain. We were a huge colonial power. We went out to many, many cultures, stealing their land, subjugating the people, using the natural resources for the benefit of Britain and so on. Without remorse, without guilt, without shame, just the winner takes all. We are the winners. We've got the guns, you don't have the guns. If you don't do what we say, we shoot you. That's not a very sophisticated way of living. But if somebody pointed a gun at me, I'd probably say, okay, take my money, please, take my money. Please, take it away, don't shoot me. I don't care, take the money, take everything. Because I don't want to die. So that's how vicious, cruel people get away with it, through fear and threat, because we are attached to our human body. We would do anything to stay alive. So people put up with situations which were terrible. Why would it be that the suffering of the other doesn't stop us doing what we do? This is such a central question for us. On the level of being an ordinary human being, a human being with your pattern of enjoying pleasure and being afraid of pain and suffering, why is it that the immediate truth of this, I don't like suffering, I do like pleasure. Would you like a slap or an ice cream? Oh, I'll have the ice cream. I mean, that's obvious. Who's going to say, oh, slap me, beat me, stab me? No, we say, I scream, I scream. So why then do we think it's okay when other people are beaten? We know that there's a terrible war going on in the Yemen, where children are dying of starvation, that the bombers and so on coming from Saudi Arabia are intentionally attacking the hospitals, although they got the big red cross on the roof. And yet we allow this. We're not out on the street screaming. We're not saying this is intolerable, because we have learned to tolerate it. This is how our world is. Some people suffer a lot, some people don't. Fortunately, at this moment, we don't suffer a lot. In France, every now and then, the farmers feel under attack, so they drive with their tractors into the middle of Paris, big trailers, and dump piles of manure everywhere because they say, we are being attacked. They don't do that because they think farmers in Africa are being attacked. They're not doing it because farmers in the South Sea Islands are losing their land to the rising oceans. They do it because they're under attack, because the government wants to put attacks on them. And this is so important for us to realize, because if we want to really develop compassion, we have to get to the heart of self-interest, me first, and the self-cherishing, that I am so important, the things around me are so important, the people I know are important, all that confirms that I am who I take myself to be. These things are very important, and the rest, nothing to do with me. That is to say, I can be electively blind. I can choose to not see what I see. One way of describing this is to say that we are in bad faith with ourselves. We refuse to see what we see. We know that this happens in war. All kinds of crimes are committed and people don't see them. They don't register them. At the end of the war, Germany suffered a lot of restrictions and punishments and so on. But of course, there was a lot of other countries where people went along with very bad behavior when their countries were invaded. And these people didn't get punished very much because they could all pretend to be noble and resistance fighters and everyone struggling for freedom. That is to say, we lie and cheat to cover up the truth. This is hard. The truth will make us small. Fantasy will make us big. This is so difficult. In Britain now, when they're thinking a lot about the history of slavery and how money came into the country, we see that many universities were funded by very exploitative people. We see that the Church of England benefited from slavery. Certainly the royal family benefited from slavery and so on. But we don't want to know that because we want to maintain a fantasy. And this is really, really important for us to see. And this is something really quite terrible. We hope the truth will set you free. If you really see the truth, it will set you free. But actually, who wants the truth? Maybe it will set you free, but if you try telling the truth to other people, they'll get angry and irritated. As Margaret Thatcher used to say, stop talking Britain down. You have to make your country great. And Mr. Trump says the same. Make America great again. This is like a rising wind, like a warm summer wind. Yes, we'll be great, triumphant. We are the good people. We're the best in the world. This is incredibly intoxicating. You're back with the Nuremberg rallies. It's just a kind of manic, unidirectional belief. And actually our situation is complicated because we have the 5 poisons. We have mental dullness. We have desire, anger, pride, jealousy, and so on. And these move inside us. We are unreliable. So as a kind of spring cleaning for our Dharma practice, we just have to be clear about the environment we operate in. There are very few reminders certainly where I live in London, there are few reminders of Dharma. There's no stupa at the end of the road. I don't see anyone outside with their malas doing practice. It's something I have to keep inside me. Nobody outside is saying, have you done your practice, or let's go on a pilgrimage. Each of us has to hold on to a vision of benefit for all sentient beings, understanding the nature of the mind, surrounded by people who have no shared belief like that at all. So it's important to see that we have to be very grounded, very clear, and very tolerant, not in a forgiving way, but very accepting rather of our own blindness and our own faults. Blaming yourself is no good, but we have to be able to see when we get lost. Getting lost is very, very common. People like to get lost, like to get carried away. But we think, oh, I want to have a life of clarity, of mindfulness, of insight. And that requires knowing that we cheat ourselves. My own teacher, Sia Lama, frequently said of himself that he was liar number one, cheater number one. And this is based on a Dzogchen view about self-deception. And the main block to awakening, to enlightenment, is our own self-deception. Nothing has been hidden from the very beginning. Everyone has Buddha nature. The potential for awakening is there, but we don't look. We don't see. We look at something else. We follow distraction. We follow momentary pulsations of excitement. Why? Because this is familiar. Because there is a short temporary gain. There will be long-term distress, but the immediate gain is small. This is why in practicing Dharma, we often think about the vastness of the sky, the infinite space of possibility. It's always don't collapse into the intoxication of the moment. That's what is always very, very dangerous. And so we can easily be led astray. So, and then we have the jealous gods, and the jealous gods always feel that they should be full gods, they should be entitled to what the gods have, especially because this wonderful wish-fulfilling tree grows from the ground where the the jealous gods are, and its fruit ripens where the actual gods are. And so they're always upset, feeling discounted, feeling unhappy, and that makes them dangerous. We should be the leaders. We should be the best. Politically, you can see that many countries have that feeling, and it makes them rather dangerous. And then you have the different god realms. Each of them is marked by a degree of either sensory pleasure or equanimity with regard to the aspects of the environment, or a deep calm of the mind in the highest formless God realms, in which the environment is supportive and non-disturbing. And the suffering in the God realms comes just 7 days before you fall out of the God realm, because then you suddenly become different and everybody looks at you as if you're sick or ill. Your clothes begin to smell, your body smells, and people don't like you. And they say this is a very intense suffering, because now you are out of balance with the environment. So you can see with the 6 realms, non-conflict with the environment is the quality of the heavens, the highest realms. And going down through the realms to the hells, you have absolute conflict between the individual and the environment. This is an indication of duality. When you have subject and object as separate and truly existing, then you have many difficulties which arise. So developing compassion on the basis of the situation of sentient beings, we reflect on these possible environments. We think each of these sentient beings has been our mother in a previous life. They have made so many sacrifices for us, done so much for us. We have a debt of obligation for them, and look where they are now. Many of them are in these situations because of the sacrifices they made for us. Maybe they stole to feed us. Maybe they attacked someone who wanted to attack us. And so now they have the karmic consequence of anger and jealousy and so on the basis of trying to help us. Whether you believe this or think of this as a fairy tale, you have to see what it's saying is, you are connected. No one is a stranger. You are always already connected to every sentient being. You can't turn your back on them and say, nothing to do with me. If you take up this Mahayana view, everyone's situation has something to do with me. What we're doing is we're taking like little threads. Maybe you go out in the country and on a fence around the field, you see bits of wool. You could take the wool home and card it, brush it out till you get the strands clean. And then you could start to spin it. And then once you've spun the yarn, you could start to knit with it or weave with it. So that's what we're doing when we reflect in this way, that each sentient being, whether in the hells or as a cow or as a bird, each of these sentient beings is connected with me. You're picking up that strand and you're weaving it in with others. You're spinning it together into a yarn. We are all in this together. And this is enormously important because this is the main defense against killing, stealing, making war, attacking people, exploiting them. All the negative things that we do to other people are on the basis of, I don't take you as important. Your happiness is not my concern. I don't care about you. So on this general Mahayana level, the reminder is, oh, the people you don't care about have cared about you. They have been your mother. They have done so many things for you and you don't care about them? Come on. What kind of a person are you? Oh. I have a duty and obligation. So again, it's a way of motivating yourself. It's not the highest, purest way of motivating yourself, but if it's effective, its main function is to dissolve the sense of isolation. My life is mine. I can do what I want. Especially when I die, there's going to be no consequences. I can just live as I like and then it's over. So what the fuck? It doesn't matter. When you have that me first in one life and I need to be successful, then you have a kind of permission to be exploitative and uncaring. So from the Mahayana point of view, this is it's terrible for yourself because it makes you so small and you never see your own open Buddha nature. And it's also terrible because it makes you harmful towards other beings. And these beings are your world. They are your world. So that's a very important thing to see. All sentient beings are inseparable from you. As we progress in the day, we'll see that the deep reason that they're inseparable is we all have the same source. We are all arising from the basic ground of everything. But on the general Mahayana level, it's because we have history together. We have a connectivity of giving and receiving, which It's part of how we manifest. So generally speaking, it's on this level that we start to have the idea of the Bodhisattva vow, where we think, oh, I would like to help them. So this is the first level of the Bodhisattva vow, where you think of going on a journey. You think, oh, if this is true, if actually I'm already connected with all these beings, I should do something different. So at first you might become involved in some charity for ecology. You might gather some money, do a long run, or do some event that will attract donations, and then you give it to a group which is dealing with climate change in the South Sea Islands, where people's land is being washed away every year. That would be good. We might decide to work as a volunteer in a charity to feed homeless people, or to recycle things, or to go to rivers and tidy them up and rake in all the bits of plastic and broken bottles and so on. All of these activities are good. But the frame of reference tends to be, this is bad, let's make it better. So you have a basic duality of good, this is definitely good, and this is bad. So let's try to make the bad good. I know what is good, I know what is bad. The second level of the Bodhisattva vow is actually going on the journey, which is when you take on a Dharma practice, which means you for example, you might do a tantric sadhana. When you pray to Tara, for example, you imagine her in front of you. You have full devotion. And when you open to her purity and kindness and beauty, you experience these qualities flowing into you with the lights coming from her body, speech, and mind. You are now filled with the light of Tara. Tara and you are not different. Then Tara comes and dissolves in your body, and you dissolve into that, in that small ball of light dissolves into emptiness. Oh, now you see, Tara, the pure goddess, this Buddha form, and me, this ordinary person, we have the same ground. We are forms of emptiness. Everything is a form of emptiness. So when you come out of the practice, you see, oh, this is the mandala of Tara. Now, when you walk down the street and you see that someone has thrown a beer bottle down into the gutter, you can pick it up, perhaps putting on some plastic gloves first because of the virus. You can pick it up, but without judging that it's bad or the people who put it there as bad. What is it? It's a form of Tara. So everything is a form of Tara. That doesn't mean that the patternings of Tara are equally valid in relative truth. So having a bottle on the pavement where it could break and the glass could cut the paws of a dog, for example, or someone could slip on it and cut themselves, would say this form, although it is intrinsically pure, although it is a manifestation of emptiness, this emptiness belongs there, not here. So this is very important, because if you say, oh, everything is empty, it doesn't matter, then you go into these extreme views. If you say it's really, really important, we cannot have this, this is terrible, then you've gone into another extreme view. One is saying this is incredibly real, the other saying it doesn't matter. We always follow the middle way. So you can be ecologically aware, you can help to improve the environment, but with the understanding this is all the form of Tara. The importance of this is that when you see everything is Tara, it frees you from the judgment that this is fundamentally inherently good. This is fundamentally inherently bad. That is so very, very important, because nothing is good in itself and nothing is bad in itself. It depends on your position. It depends on your position. That's why we talk of relative truth, because relative to how I am, I have this interpretation of these events. So when you look from the point of view of relative truth, you're always interpreting how things arise in terms of your own frame of reference. Whereas when we see everything is Tara, we're getting closer to seeing that everything is emptiness, because Tara is the bright, shining clarity, the ungraspable luminosity of emptiness. So this is Tara, this is Tara, this is Tara. You can still move things. For example, if you have a car and you're parking your car, you don't want to bang into another car. You can say, my car is Tara, their car is Tara. Look, I scratched the paint, but it doesn't matter. It's just Tara. It's all Tara. The police will not agree. So in terms of relative truth, Tara, each Tara needs to be in its proper Tara place. This is the non-duality or the non-difference of emptiness and form. Although, as we read in the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness, emptiness is not other than form, that doesn't mean that all forms are equal in their performativity. And this is a point that's very important to be clear. Form as form is the patterning of the energy of the mind, or how we show in the world. And this has an impact on other patterns. These patterns are all empty. For example, in the summertime, you can see very light, wispy clouds. They seem to appear and then they dissolve away as the wind takes them. So these are tiny, tiny little potentials of water which can gather together or come apart. But sometimes you get a huge massing of clouds. Now, if you go up in the plane, you go right through the cloud. There is no substance to the cloud, but it is an energetic presence. And then another cloud is coming from the distance, and these clouds meet together, and you start to get a storm. You get the electric, static electricity built up in the cloud starts to sparkle, and you have thunder and lightning, and a huge amount of rain starts to come as the microdrops of the water coalesce into raindrops that come down. The cloud is insubstantial, but it is impactful. The fact that there is no essence to the cloud, there is no inherent existence, it's a transient patterning of potential, the fine potential of the water, doesn't mean that it can't have a consequence. The same with the wind. The wind, you can't catch the wind. The wind just, it's the air moving, moving, moving. But we know that the air is moving very fast. For example, in a tornado, it can take the roof off houses. How can it do that? The wind has no hands. It doesn't have a kind of steel front to it. It's not something hitting something else, but it creates in its movement of energy a force which impacts other forms. This is the relative truth. Patterns influence patterns, and all patterns are empty. So on the level of emptiness, all patterns have the same status, the same basic quality. On the level of the manifesting in the pattern, it makes a difference. So for example, if you go to the shop to buy apples, if the person selling the apples puts one in your bag and then you say, hang on a minute, and you look at it and you see, oh, this apple is rotten. You say, but it's an apple. Yeah, but it's a rotten apple. All apples are one. Brother in Dharma, please believe this is a good apple. It is apple. Are you denying apple? No, it's a fucking rotten apple. I don't want a rotten apple. Give me the good one. Oh, you are in duality. This is terrible. It makes a difference. The pattern makes a difference. So hopefully with this, you start to see that if we are going to develop compassion for beings, we have to see their patterning. It's not one size fits all. Oh, they are sentient beings and they are suffering. You have to help how according to the situation. For example, as you know, maybe there's a Buddhist practice of rescuing animals which might be going to their death, liberating creatures. For example, fish. Chatrasanji Dorji, who died a couple of years ago, he was very famous in Darjeeling. Every week he will go down to the river and release fish from the fishermen back into the water. And Buddhists in various places take that up. And in London too, there are many people who try to liberate fish. So 2 years ago, it was in the papers that some good Chinese Buddhist people, they had gone to the big Chinese market and collected these crabs, and they took them down to the sea in Brighton and put them in the sea. But then the Coast Guard came and noticed, oh, you can't put these crabs in the sea because these crabs will kill the local crabs. So a virtuous action for the Chinese Buddhist becomes a murderous attack on the local crab. But I'm just helping to liberate animals. But where do you liberate them? How do you liberate them? It depends on the specificity. So this is where open-hearted compassion needs to be linked with mindfulness. How will I do this? For example, people think, oh, we should have wolves. Wolves are part of the natural ecology of Europe. So we'll reintroduce them into the Pyrenees. In the sheep farmers in the Pyrenees say, now I have all my dead sheep. Are you going to pay me for my dead sheep? I don't even want payment for them because I wanted the sheep. I'm a sheep farmer. I can't be a sheep farmer without sheep. But the wolf, he just tears the throat out, doesn't even eat them. But no, you see, we need to really balance the ecology, and wolves are an intrinsic part of that. You have the same in Scotland with the sea eagles. People say, oh, we should have more birds like that. And the people with the fish farm say, this is like, shooting fish in a bucket. The fish are trapped. They can't swim away. The eagle comes down, just takes one fish, one fish, one fish. You help one person, you seem to harm another person. This is why panoramic vision is very important. Dependent co-origination means we are in a network of interdependence. You move one thing, everything else is altered. So they say, hey, in terms of wisdom, your mind should be open like the sky. In terms of compassion, it should be as fine as tsampa powder, as flour, because it's in the detail of the situation where we can see, is this truly helpful or not helpful? So this is something for us to reflect on. Now we start to move into really thinking about relative truth in relation to absolute truth. But you can see for yourself, we have a break now, you go to make a tea or something, can look around your flat and see, oh, these are the objects of my daily use. These are the objects, the familiar paintings and cups and so on, and they confirm to me that I am me. So self and environment have this stabilizing quality. And then we need to really see the cup is a cup. I say it's my cup. The painting on the wall is a painting. I say it's my painting. When you look at your attachment and how that creates a particular density of your self-formation, you can try to release it in the out breath and just think, it's a painting, it's a cup. If this cup goes, there's another cup. If that painting goes, I have another painting. Oh, but I love that painting. It means so much to me. Oh, it means so much to me. Self-referential, self-confirming. Is that what we want? We have the altar for dissolving the self, and now we have the painting for confirming the self. Then you have to think, how many times a day do I look at the painting, and how many times do I look at the altar? Aha. Okay, we have a break now, and we're back in half an hour. Okay, so we continue, and we've been looking at compassion with Dharma as the object of consideration, or Dharma as the focus. Generally, we can say Dharma is good. Just as in every country, every doctor has a copy of a book which lists all the medicines that are allowed to be prescribed. These medicines have had research done on them, and there will be a national validating committee that says this is good medicine. So these are not bad things. But for some of us, if we eat some of these medicines, we will die because they're not for us. They're for particular conditions. So although we say all medicines are good, their function is for specific conditions. And so you need to have the diagnosis. This is the same with the Dharma. There are many, many kinds of Dharma. There is general Theravadan kind of Dharma, focusing on calming the mind and the vipassana of scanning through the body. There is Dharma which encourages you to go on pilgrimages or to make statues or to print prayer flags and so on. There's a Dharma of Tantra, of looking at your mind through visualization and unifying with the deity. There's Dzogchen, there's Mahamudra. All of these Dharmas are good, but are they good for you? Because if you overprivilege the object and you say, because it's Dharma, it must be good, you lose the fact that it might not be ideal for you. So the key thing is that you are always part of the story. If you say, I'm a small, stupid person, I don't really know anything, I have to trust what the teacher says, this is the sign that indeed you are a small, stupid person. Don't trust the teacher, because if you trust the teacher and you don't trust yourself, how are you going to make any progress? The most important thing is you get to know yourself. You have to see whether this is good for you. For example, there are many kinds of exercise. Some people like to go to the gym, some people do yoga, some people do Tai Chi, some people go dancing a lot. What do you like? What works for your body? What gives you energy? What makes you feel more relaxed and open? So when we look at the Dharma, although all Dharma is good, what Dharma is good for me? And this is important in terms of compassion, because many different people come to Dharma centers and they have different possibilities of what they can work with, which is why usually we present a lot of kinds of Dharma, simple sitting, more complex sitting, visualizations, and so on, because each part of the menu will have more or less relevance to you, vibration for you, and so on. The worst thing that can happen is somebody comes to a Dharma center and leaves thinking, oh, it's not for me, I'm not a holy person, I'm not like that. That would be tragic. Dharma is for everyone, but we have to find out what kind of Dharma. Therefore, when we study Dharma, this is to develop wisdom, insight, depth, clarity, but it also is about how we present ourselves to other people, how we link to their lived situation, to the specificity of their life. And we have to talk to different people in different ways, making different kind of connection. If you say there is just one size and everybody has to fit into it, then this is a violence. And it may be very unhelpful. Violence is not good. Dharma is for people. Buddha taught 84,000 kinds of Dharma, means a lot, because people were very different. And if the Buddha did that, then we should not just have one kind of Dharma. So it's very, very important when you practice and then you want to relate to other people, how do you do that? How do you invite people into some interest in Dharma? For some people, you give them a book. If they read it, good and well. If not, other people, you might show them some video or invite them to sit with you. And then you want to try to see what impact does that have? Because if I think this is the holy Dharma and I give it to you and you don't like it, then it's easy to say the problem is with you. From the Buddhist point of view, object is pure, subject is pure. The problem is the relationship between the two, that I misunderstand you. So if I take a dogmatic position and say my understanding of Dharma is right, you have to follow me, you have to do what I say, this is very crude and very rough. We want to always to fine-tune things and to be as harmonious as possible and to find the living texture of the other. There are infinite ways of Dharma. My teacher, Sialama, said you should give examples of anything in life, anything. It could be business, it could be medicine, it could be sex, it could be cooking. Always give endless kinds of examples so that something will ring true for other people. So this is something we can all practice, because when we do the Dharma and we see that we get some benefit from it, then we can reflect, many people don't have any access to this. Why don't they have access? Now, one answer would be, oh, they don't have the good karma to make contact with Dharma. But if Dharma is hidden, then you would need to have very, very good karma. For example, if you have gold and you keep it in a bank vault, then the thief would need to have the very, very good karma of having a big oxyacetylene burner to burn through the outer wall. They would need to have the skill to unlock the door of the safe. So that's, not everybody has these skills. So if you hide Dharma, not so helpful. On the other hand, some Dharma is said to be secret. The reason it's said to be secret, like we say Sangak, secret mantra Dharma, is because it's not something which is directly in parallel with the world. In Tantra, we are wanting to transform the experience of the world into the experience of the mandala, so that when you see people in the street, you're not thinking that's a man, that's a woman, that's a dog. These are all forms of Tara or Padmasambhava. This is not an ordinary way of thinking. The ordinary way of thinking, this is a man, this is a woman, this is a dog. So if you want to protect the integrity of the vision which you are open to through receiving the initiation, then you need to keep it very close to your heart. Because if you talk about it with other people, most people will say, oh, come on, you're stupid. It's a man, a woman, and a dog. This is not any goddess. A man, a woman, and a dog. Interview the dog. What's the dog going to say? Woof, woof, woof. What's that holy mantra? Shut up, go away. So if you don't want to get into this kind of thing, you keep it inside you. You look through the view of Dharma, but you don't bring it out in the world, because it's going at a different angle to the experience of the world. It's a way of deconstructing or thinning or illuminating whatever is occurring. But it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be shared. Sialama always said, if you have interest, that's all. That's the only entry ticket for Dharma, if you have interest. we're not trying to sell it to other people. We're not saying this is very wonderful and this will change your life. We don't know if it'll change your life. We say, if you have interest, I will do my best to help you find a way into Dharma. But the way you come into Dharma will be your way. It won't be anyone else's way. We are not clones. We are not puppets. We are not wanting to mimic something and become artificial in pretense. We have to find our way. And finding your way means that you stay close to yourself and observe how you resonate or don't resonate with particular forms of Dharma. As I was saying before, the worst outcome would be to say, I can't do this. This is not for me. And then leave the whole of Dharma. What you can say is, this kind of practice doesn't really suit me. What else could I do? That's one of the functions of the teacher. You can say, this is my life. This is my profile. I've been trying this practice. It doesn't work. What should I do? Traditionally in Tibet, people would say, do more, do more, do more, because they say the Dharma is right. In the West, that's probably not very helpful. Firstly, we don't have time to practice all day. Secondly, we are much more individualistic than people in traditional Tibetan culture. The profile of ourselves with our particular interests and developed capacities and so on are very important. Some people are very artistic, they have a refined aesthetic sensibility, and they may have a deep capacity for visualization, and therefore Tantra would be an ideal path for them. For other people, it's not like that. They need something more simple, like outer forms of Dzogchen. Dharma is for people because people are Buddhas. Dharma is not for Dharma. It's not about you becoming a servant of the Dharma. Otherwise, what you do is you project your own Buddha nature into something outside yourself and become very small. This is not helpful. We all have Buddha nature, so how do we make this shine? So by exploring the field of Dharma, being curious, going to see different kinds of teachers, and observing yourself, does this fit? Can I really give myself to this? Because we have a life, we don't know how long it will last. We're going to die. When we die, we want to have some light and clarity and freedom of movement. So our, let's call them for the moment limitations. Our limitations, the particular patterning of ourselves, need to be respected. This is my profile. It is not my truth. It is not a true definition of who I am, but due to causes and conditions, I find myself manifesting these habitual patterns. Okay. So what shall I do? Then we have to find what will be helpful and accommodating for that. We have to look. We have to see. And the key thing here is to look without judging. Judgment takes us to a conclusion. This is right, this is wrong, this is good, this is bad, I'm making success, I'm not, and so on. We want to simply see. So you go for a walk in the park, different kinds of trees, different bushes, and so on. They're just colors and shape. There's no judgment. You say, this is the most beautiful tree in the park. This is your idea. You appreciate that tree. That's wonderful. But what it means is you're blind to the other trees because, every day I go to the park, I go to my tree, my favorite tree. I love to stand underneath it. The bark is so sweet. It's just a wonderful tree. Now, what else in the park? This is not equal opportunity employer. This is bigoted prejudice. So whenever you make something special, just inherent in that is the fact you make other things not special. Our approach is to develop equanimity. which means that you work with the specificity that works for you, but not making it special or good. Nothing is special. Everything is valid. All the medicines are good. They're just not good for everyone. So what will work for you? So as we engage with Dharma, it breaks my heart. Sometimes people, they come and they say, I've been doing this practice for 12 years and I'm not making any progress. So why did you do it? Oh, I went to see this Lama and he said, you must do this. So, well, why did he say that? I don't know. He just said it must be, I should do it. Do you know anything about the Lama? Oh, he's in this lineage. Oh, in that lineage, they always do that practice. That's what they do. So if you're born in Dortmund, you probably support the Dortmund football team. Supporting the Dortmund football team may be a very bad idea. You may be on a high road to tears and despair, but that's just the luck of being born in Dortmund. So if you go to the local monastery, they say, oh, this is your yidam. Why? Why? Oh, because you're born in the village. Oh, so where I'm born in the village determines the practice I should do all my life. You know, these things happen. So you have to look for yourself. It's not that you are the king or the queen. It's not that you are the marvelous person who needs this special haute couture, hand-stitched dharma. But if the dharma doesn't fit you, that lack of ease in the practice, that lack of extension into the practice with an open heart and a clear mind will not be very helpful. So having established that Dharma is useful for us and feeling that it's illuminating, we then can think, as we did before, about all the beings in the 6 realms. They don't have access to Dharma. Even if you say Omani Pime Hung 10 times in front of a cow, it only says moo. You say, no, darling, not moo, om. When you go moo, you go the wrong way. Om, moo, going in the wrong direction. You try with me. Come on, lovely cow. I love you. You are a Buddha. Om. Not possible. Life is like that. So the cow is trapped in cowness. The bird is trapped in birdness. We human beings are very lucky. We're not at the top where life is very easy. We're not at the bottom where life is very difficult. We have a chance to experience different kinds of possibilities. So then we think, they don't have that. Therefore, I will work for them. So this is a further encouragement to do your practice and to remain in the practice. The key thing is that we should be in practice all the time, 24 hours a day, sleeping, walking, eating, whatever we're doing, we should never be apart from Dharma. Now, if Dharma is something artificial, some foreign thing that's come from the East, and you're sticking it onto you like a kind of patch, that's not going to work, because you have to remember to do the practice. If you have to remember to do it, it's not integral. It's not part and parcel of you. You might need to remember to brush your teeth, but you don't need to remember to have teeth. The teeth are there. Cleaning them, that's an additional thing. That's something that has a beginning, a middle, and an end, but your teeth are just there. In the same way, you want the practice to be your life, which is why we do so many different kinds of reflections on impermanence, old age, sickness and death, precious human birth, and so on, which are ways of massaging Dharma into us, but also massaging Dharma into the world. So if you've been reflecting on impermanence, when you go for a walk, that's what you see. You see the clouds moving in the sky, you see the leaves moving, and you think, oh, everything's changing, everything's changing. This is in the process of existence. It's not that the cloud is moving. Moving shows cloud. Moving shows wind. Moving shows walking, talking, breathing. These are all expressions of movement. Then Dharma becomes something natural or integral, which can be maintained. So the more we do Dharma, we can have great sadness for those who don't have that experience. Even in the human realm, there are so many cultures where people grow up into worlds of violence and hatred. The fact that they're born in this family means that they have definite enemies, they have blood feuds or racial feuds, different kinds of religious feuds between Protestant and Catholic, between Christians and Muslims in Africa. There's a lot of situations in which your family or racial identity determines the trajectory of your life. There is no opportunity to reflect and have another view. And if you tried to have another view, you would be in trouble. If you are in Pakistan, for example, and you decide to become Christian, this is very bad news. They call it apostasy, giving up the faith, and it's a reason for being killed. If you bring a Bible into the village rather than the Quran, they'll kill you. Why? Because you have betrayed the one true faith. So in Dharma, we don't say one true faith. We say there are many different methods. What should I do? Have a look. Have a look. How will I know? How would anyone else know? How would anyone else know? You can have a conversation, that might be helpful. You can talk with someone. If I do this kind of practice, what could happen? But nobody knows what you should do. Nobody knows. These are possibilities. Dogmatism is not at all useful in Dharma. We can say things like, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Okay, but then what does Buddha mean? Some people think Buddha means like the statue, or Buddha means it's somebody who lived 2,500 years ago, or it means your own mind. It can mean a lot of different things. That depends on how it's presented through the teacher and so on. So our path is very light, very delicate, very sensitive. We are not big, heavy rhinoceri. We're more like elephants. They're so delicate, except when they're in a bad mood. So whenever we practice Dharma, at the beginning, you should remember all sentient beings. While you're practicing, you should include all sentient beings, maybe imagining them around you, receiving the same 3 lights from the Buddha as you do. And at the end, you dedicate the merit for these beings. Why? Because you want to remind yourself of connection. This connection is always already there. We are always connected, but we forget the connection. Forgetting a connection doesn't remove it. If someone's in a car crash and they get amnesia, this doesn't mean that they are not born where they knew they were born before the crash. This doesn't mean that any truth of their private life, their prior life, is vanished. It simply means they don't remember it. If we can find people who know them gradually, they can start to come back to that remembrance. So the fact that we ignore our own ground, or we are forgetful of our own ground, we forget who we are, is an activity. It is something we do. When you know your own ground, it's just there. It is intrinsic, inherent, uncreated, self-existing. But the falsity of imagining that you are who you think you are, that's something you have to maintain. We have to maintain ourselves. The self is not self-existing. So when we look around, we see sentient beings, especially human beings, desperate to try to maintain their identity. For example, to go back to this horror of Brexit, the British government believes that if we are not connected with Europe, we will be more truly British. So many countries behave in this way. Throw out the foreigners, build a wall, keep bad people out, maintain the purity of who you are. Now, if you take that to its logic, in Britain, we already have many, many immigrants from all over the world. First of all, we cut off from Europe, then we build a wall around Britain, then we start to kill all the people who don't look ethnic British. Possible. These things have happened before. What is the purity of being British? Uncontaminated by Europe. When we see this, what we see is the subject and the object are not two separate things. We emerge in relationship. And so when people want this kind of stupid ethnic purity, the Aryan race, kill all the people who are impure, think, oh, this is exactly the doctrine of the ego. The ego says, I define myself. I am this person. I don't care what you think about me. I am me. Mr. Trump is excellent at showing this. Absolutely self-definitional and completely unconcerned with what other people think. The only option they should have is to praise him and love him because he is the one. This is pure ego. The ego is the self separated from the environment. But we are connected with the environment. We respond to other people. We like them or don't like them. We live in a pulsation of internalizing factors from the world and expressing ourselves out into the world. Therefore, when we practice Dharma, we want to try to help the world. We can do this by sending rays of light out. We send rays up to the Buddhas as offering. They send the light back. We send it down to all beings and sentient beings. May they be purified. Or we do this exchange Tonglen practice. We breathe in all the sufferings of all sentient beings, and we breathe out virtue and truth and light and safety to all beings. So we become a site of purification of all the problems in the world. We consume suffering and we give out joy. We do this for two reasons. One is it shows the pulsation, the interplay, that subject and object are not different. And secondly, it is working with the inseparability of subject and object. For example, if you have an apple and you cut the apple in half, you now have two halves of the apple. The fact that these two halves, maybe you put them on separate plates, they're still calling out to each other. Oh, my brother, my sister, I miss you. This is what subject and object does all the time. We are not complete. It is as if we are fragments, shards, broken pieces, and so we live in our isolation. But actually, we are not separate. Separation is the delusion. So this brings us to the third level of compassion, which is compassion free of reification, free of the delusion that there are truly existing entities. So what I want to do now is to look at the two truths, and because the end point of the two truths is the same point as this third level of compassion. Two truths is a Mahayana idea, but it certainly informs the view of Dzogchen, which we'll be looking at mainly in the afternoon or after lunch. There are two aspects of this. One is called the pure truth or absolute truth, and the other is the relative truth or the kind of fictional truth. Truth means here, the truth would be as it is. The fictional truth or the relative truth is as I take it to be, as I imagine it to be. And the relative truth has two aspects. The first is what is called the impure relative truth. That is to say, I see you and you are separate from me. but I don't see you very clearly because my gaze towards you is mediated through this veil of the 5 poisons. So when I see you, I like you. I don't have to analyze why I like you. As soon as I see you, I think, oh, I like you. So, or I see someone else, I think, I don't like you. Or, oh, I'm jealous of you, or I'm better than you. So these kind of positionings arise from the first of the 5 poisons, this mental dullness. It means the dullness of seeing entities as separate and entities as having inherent self-nature. There are things, and these things exist in and of themselves. So I like you, I love you, you are so special, you're amazing. And this amazingness is you. You are the one. So this is, you are filled with this specialness. I can tell this. Other people may not see it, but I see it because I see who you really are. This is the romantic discourse. So my gaze is mediated through love or desire or lust. And on the basis of that, I see these qualities in you. I don't recognize this is my projection, my invention. I take it as inherent. In the same way, maybe I don't like you. It could be on the basis I hear your name. I think, oh, you're one of them. Oh, now I'm very suspicious. Oh, I can tell in your face. Oh God, I don't want to have you in my office. I hope you don't get this job. All kind of prejudice starting to build up because it's coming through aversion, anger, rejection. You are bad. Who is bad? This person is bad. Let me tell you about them. I know a lot about them. So what you have now is an accumulation of ideas about the person. And the density of compacting these ideas, the history, your experiences, and so on, they're pushed together and it becomes something very, very dense, compacted. And this seems to be true. Don't trust them. No, 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 never trust that guy. Never, never. So now I'm sure that I see the truth. So this is called impure relative truth. Something is there and it's full of qualities and I see the qualities. You can see how this functions economically, politically. Most wars are based on this. It's a very, very dangerous delusion that we have, that people are what we imagine them to be. So there's a lot of blindness or dullness in this. I don't recognize that I imagine that this person is horrible. I am convinced of the truth of my belief and the actual status of the other person are completely the same. So this kind of bigoted view is especially reinforced when you spend your time with people with the same bigotry. That's why you see with these extreme political parties, whether on the right or the left, they tend to spend all their time with each other because they all confirm to each other that we are right, we are right, we are right. Very dangerous. Now, the way to get out of impure relative truth is to be out in the world and to look and listen, and you see, oh, you don't have the same perception as me. You don't have the same idea as me. So now I have a crossroads. How come you think this and I don't think that? The easy answer is because you are stupid. That makes life so easy. I am right and you are stupid. That's a quick one. But if I think, oh, maybe you're not stupid, then I have to put in this horrible question, why? Well, why do you think that? And then you give your account of what you see and say, oh, I don't see it that way. So now we have two different views, and then we wake up, oh, this is relative truth. what I see is relative to my existence, and what you see is relative to your existence. This is why it's called pure relative truth, because you start to see it is relative. In impure relative truth, you think it's just true. So, okay, so if that's how you see it, and this is how I see it, maybe I shouldn't be so confident. Maybe I should be a bit more tentative, a little bit more, okay, let's see, let's kind of check it out, let's try to find a way. So by entering into pure relative truth, you become more flexible, more pliable, and also, and very importantly, more willing to change your position, because you think, oh, I hadn't noticed that before. Maybe the construct that I had made about this person or this religion or this way of painting, for example, could be an art school. You might hate constructivist art. You might hate rap music. And then suddenly you hear something, you think, oh, that's not so bad. You open yourself to the possibility that an idea or an experience which seems contrary to what you take to be true is also valid. So by allowing this otherness, the otherness of the other, it allows the selfness of the self to be de-essentialized. So you just think, oh, well, maybe that's just what I think. Maybe that's just my idea. I don't know. Okay, so now we can start to connect, because I'm interested in how you think, how you feel, what sort of sensation arises in your body. I'm actually having to pay attention to you because I don't know how you are. I don't know who you are. That is to say, I'm starting to see that there is more to you than who I think you are. So now this is a very beautiful thing, because I'm now giving you the freedom to express yourself, and simultaneously I'm freeing myself from the burden of being the one who has to know everything. You just listen to Donald Trump. He's a very, very fascinating man, because he is always right. He's always justifying himself. He's always the best, the quickest, the strongest. He knows everything. That must be very, very exhausting. It's very lonely if you're the only one who's right all the time. He doesn't really need other people except as an audience to clap and confirm to him. Whereas we, ordinary people, we can rely on other people, because we say, I don't know how to do that. Can you help me? I don't think I'm completely stupid because I don't know how to do it, but I can appreciate you know how to do it. So if you help me, that's good. I appreciate you. Thank you. We have gratitude. We have interplay. So that's the level of what they call pure relative truth, which means subject and object have a truth to them, or a reality to them, but it's not immediately infused with the five poisons. That is to say, instead of having a hot, passionate flavor massaged into the perception, my gaze can be cooler. And cooler here means appreciative, because I'm not full of my feeling, which I then project into the object or the other person. I can actually receive the other person as they are. I'm now starting to have accurate perception. However, it's still mediated through the idea that the subject and object are real. In order to purify this, we have to awaken to the understanding of emptiness. So, emptiness is a strange kind of word. It means that whatever we see, taste, touch, smell, whatever we encounter in any way, empty of inherent, in itself, from itself. So, for example, when you go to buy an apple, you see, oh, I'll buy that one. That somehow that apple's taken your eye. Now you've got an apple. The apple got to the market stall through the farmer's delivery, was picked from the tree. So the apple and the tree were very connected at one time. Without the tree, you wouldn't have the apple. But when the apple was picked from the tree and put in the basket and then taken to the market, it is as if it has become something in itself. And when we look at the apple as an entity, as something sealed inside itself, it doesn't need anything else, it's just an apple, we are oblivious to the chain of cause and effect which have given rise to it. And if we keep the apple and we don't eat it for maybe 6 weeks or something, it will start to rot. Particularly maybe if you put it with bananas and so on, which can ripen other fruits. Now the apple is rotting. Now you want to eat your apple and you go to pick it up. It's all soggy and horrible. It's still an apple. It's a rotten apple, but I don't want a rotten apple. I don't want an unripe apple on the tree, and I don't want a rotten apple. I want a proper apple, which is the apple between being unripe and rotten. This is a kind of little period in which the apple is a proper apple, a real apple, my apple, and before and after, it's no good at all. So there we see the relativity of the apple for me. The unripe apple is fine. There's nothing wrong with an unripe apple. I only say it's ripe in terms of my taste buds. So when we start to see this, we think, well, what is the ripe apple has to do with me? It is, in my opinion, this apple is ripe. Sometimes before the farmers go to pick the apples from the trees, the birds are already there. If you get an early winter, it's a bit cold, the birds are hungry, they start eating the apple. It's not exactly right, doesn't have exactly the amount of sugar they want, but their beaks can get into it and they start to eat the apples. It's ripe for the birds, not ripe for me, but it's ripe for the birds. So it's relative to whether you're a bird or a person. It's relative to the farmer, whether they have enough people to pick the apples from the trees and so on. Relative means this does not stand by itself. So if you really see what relative truth is, it is already taking you into absolute truth. What you take to be something in itself is not. For example, you meet someone. Oh, this person, I don't know, we'll call him Mark. Mark is wonderful. I like Mark. I really like Mark. I think I love Mark. I want to be with Mark. Now we're getting into a proper relationship. It's really good. I think there's a real future. Mark and me, sounds good. This weekend, I'm going to visit Mark's parents. Now I meet mother of Mark. Oh my God, how is this possible? If I stay with Mark and Mark loves his mother, I'm going to have to be with this bloody woman. This is impossible. I want to get my scissors and cut a little circle around Mark. I want to de-mother Mark. Mark, Mark, Mark. That's all I want. I don't want his mother. I don't want his father. I don't want his brother or his sister. I want Mark. I love Mark. This happens a lot in relationships because there is a context. Mark is not self-existing. And then you meet Mark's friends and you're thinking, whoa, really? Really? We had one evening together, 3 hours. At the end of it, I've got a headache. I can't bear it. This is life. So there are no self-existing objects. Everything is embedded in chains and patterns of connectivity. Emptiness means whenever you see something which seems to be just itself, open your gaze in terms of time. What is the historical context of the creation of it? What is the geographical location of it now? For example, in London, we have the British Museum, which is full of exhibits that many of them brought in the British colonial period from our dependencies and colonies. Due to historical reasons, we have many of these possessions. Some of them were stolen up front, like the Benin bronzes from the province of Benin in what's now Ghana. When you see them in a museum, they're just there. They have a little bit of cardboard with some writing on it that tells you this is from this century, it's from that location, but it doesn't tell you we stole it, who's the person who stole it, why did we steal it. Nowadays, people are going into the museums and looking and saying, this is a fruit of slavery, this is a fruit of exploitation, this was a military mission. Many local people were killed in order to bring this to the museum. So what is being exhibited is the nasty, cruel, selfish people in the base. Some called Elgin marbles, because they were brought by Lord Elgin, taken from Athens. Now, who do they belong to? There's ongoing debate. Should they be returned to Greece or not? Why are they in Britain? Why are they there? Because we took them. We were there, we had guns, we took them. It's as simple as that. Who do they belong to? In English, we say finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Winner takes all. So there you see something is given a kind of identity, and it seems to be okay because you decontextualize it. As soon as you decontextualize it, it's part of an ongoing narrative. Everything is in a narrative. All the schools of modern art are linked together right back through naturalistic art, formalistic art, and so on. They're all part of a conversation. This arises on the basis of that. This is the root expression of dependent co-origination. Because of the possibilities of these pointillist schools and Fauvism and so on, you had a freedom to allow a thought to manifest quickly. So then you start to have cubist formations, and on the basis of that, you have all kinds of abstractions in which you can have less and less honoring of the object that was supposedly being painted. So when you look at a kind of Mondrian with lots of squares and cubes and these shapes in colors, what are you seeing? There's nothing for your mind to do. You just have to receive the color. Receive the color. In a painting from 150 years before, there would be a lot of narrative inside it that your eye could be following and tracking and seeing how the shapes were there, or the clothing of the people. There was a lot of stories in the painting, and now there's not so much story. You can invent a story, but it's floating away from what's depicted in front of you. But he's only able to do that kind of painting on the basis of the previous schools and the previous schools and the previous school, because it's an infinite conversation. It's always dependent. It's always on the basis of other formulations. So we have yoga in the West. The yoga in the West doesn't bear too much resemblance now to yoga traditionally in India. It takes on a life of its own. There's gymnastic yoga. There's even porn yoga. There's all kinds of yoga which you wouldn't find traditionally in India. Why? Because You can take it up and do with it what you want. It's not self-existing. You can say it's not true yoga. Huh, who's going to say? Who's going to enforce that? Hot yoga, cold yoga? It's not self-existing. It is up for grabs. It is variable. It is changeable. In the Christian religion, you have many, many big sects and small sects. You have Orthodox, you have Roman Catholic, you have Protestant. Inside the Protestants, you probably got thousands of schools. In the Catholic traditions, the Jesuits and the Dominicans are not always very friendly. The Russian Orthodox and the Greek Orthodox are not necessarily. Then you've got the different kinds of Coptic religion and so on. So you put on a wrapper and you say Christian and you think you know what you're talking about. And you go into the detail and it's just, whoa, wow. This is how we start to see emptiness. The word Christian is not referring to anything. There are some Christians who don't believe in the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. When we look in the history of Christianity, this particular dogma was installed many hundreds of years after the death of Jesus Christ. It was a decision, this is our official dogma. And if you don't follow it, you're going to be in trouble. So we know with the Cathars in France, many were murdered on the basis of them having a different reading. And through history, many people have been described as heretics, not true believers, introducing false dogma, bad dogma. We had these endless wars of religion that raged across Germany with millions and millions of people dying on the basis of ideas, where I say, you are not a Christian. You say it's not Christianity and you have to die because you are a pollutant, you are foul and evil and you're destroying the truth. When you read that, you say, oh, that's just an idea. Idea plus power equals big danger. Somebody can enforce their idea as being the truth and wipe out the people who don't agree, but it's relative. And fascism and patriarchy and all these hierarchical systems are the denial of multiplicity. They are the denials of the actuality of polyphony, many different voices, flavors, changes. You know, in Africa, there's huge battles about homosexuality. People put in prison, tortured, because they come out as gay or lesbian in countries like Kenya. In Europe, we've resolved some of these issues. We say, oh, whatever, whatever you like. I don't care, nothing to do with me. How you are doesn't affect who I am. But if we say, no, we are British, and in Britain, we don't do that. We don't do that. It's not us. Then it becomes more difficult. So polyphony, polyvocal, many different voices arising and being there is not an attack on the truth, because the truth is not a dogma. So this is the shift from relative truth to absolute truth. Relative truth is always going to tend towards dogmatism. Absolute truth is inexpressible. A few weeks ago, we did this, we looked at a verse in praise of the mother of all the Buddhas, Prajnaparamita. And it begins, Masam Jume, Shera Parochin. Ma means to speak, Sam means to think about, Jun means to express in any way, Me means without, means this is inexpressible, unsayable. You cannot have it come out your mouth. You can't even think it. It's inconceivable. You can't dance it or paint it. It's beyond representation in any way. This is the wisdom of emptiness. So emptiness is the ungraspability of your own experience moment by moment. So this is something you can explore for yourself. It's very simple. Someone asks you, hey, how are you doing? And you say something. Can you tell the truth? How are you doing? Probably that's quite complicated. You will have various sensations in your body, feelings, memories, and so on. Even if you wanted to share that, you think, oh, you're my one true love. I want you to know everything about me. And you start to say it. After 10 hours of talking, the other person's banging their head on the wall. No more detail. But I haven't told you everything yet. Yeah, that's because you are very complex. You cannot be subsumed, and you cannot give me all the details of you. You cannot be caught. You are always excessive over any definition of who you are, whether you apply the definition or someone else applies the definition. This is really something to notice. You can really observe it in yourself. You hear people describing themselves to other people. I mean, I'm a therapist. I spent many, many thousands of hours listening to people telling me about themselves. They cannot show themselves. Sometimes it's more direct. We do some experiments or movements or whatever, and it's a kind of, woo, okay, this is more alive, this is more vibrant, but it's immediately gone. It's expressive, maybe truthfully expressive, but it is non-definitional. And then they get into telling you about the history, the past, what they do, the new love affair, and so on. Non-definitional. You cannot define people. You cannot catch them. When you define someone, you are imposing something onto them. Even if you tattoo a number on their arm, you can't catch them. People always slip away. Life always slips away. You go to the fish market and you say, give me 2 mackerel. Well, the fishmonger knows what a mackerel is. It's a kind of fish. But that mackerel doesn't know it's a mackerel. You are mackerelizing that fish. All the fish knows it. I'm dead. What the fuck? I was swimming about in the water. I got caught in a net and someone stuck a knife and cut me open. Bloody hell, this is shit. No, you're a mackerel. You're delicious. What do you mean I'm delicious? Don't eat me. I'm a mackerel. It's like that. We tell the world what it is, and then we imagine that our words, our ideas will catch them inside. So this is where we see how absolute truth, or which means the truth as it is, not fabricated, not invented, not projected, not interpreted, but just the immediate, simple quality of something. For example, flowers. In the springtime, when you go out in the meadow and you see flowers, little fresh flowers, there is a simplicity to them. And if you really allow the simplicity of the flower to sing into your heart, your thoughts thin, and you just have wonder. Oh, we are dissolved and opened through wonder, which is a blessed relief from our own conceptual elaboration. Beauty can be very helpful, but there's still the tendency that people often have is like, well, what will I do? So they pick a beautiful posy of wild flowers, and as they're walking home, these flowers are falling over. They're dying in your hands. So now you have a cemetery of beauty. Because the wild flower is wild, it's uncatchable. If you catch it, it's not a wild flower. What will I do with it? Love it. Love it, that's all. Love it. But I want to do something. Because I love it, I want to have it. Ah, now it's getting sick. I need you. I want you. Do you want me? Okay, we've got each other. Who have you got? Who have you got? You've got your idea of who the other person is, and they're always slipping out, slipping away, slipping away. People are uncatchable. Flowers are uncatchable. Clouds are uncatchable. You can't catch things as they are. What you catch is your idea about them. Catching is mental activity. It is not phenomenological. Phenomena are beyond capture. Ideas are always catching each other. There's a saying, thinking is linking. You need a thought to link with another thought, with another thought, with another thought. And that's how we build up these pictures. So just to unpack the nature of this naming, it links with the idea of ignorance. Many of you are familiar with this, so I say it in a brief, focused way. Ignorance is not a state, it's a practice, the practice of ignoring. Ignoring what? How it is. How is it? Can't say. How is it? Oh, can't say. It's like that. When you are relaxed and open, everything is here immediately, and you can't say. As soon as there becomes the possibility of saying, there is a somethingness, there is a apprehension, there is a taking hold. Who does the taking hold? No one takes hold. And yet there is a holding. So this is the mystery of ignorance. In the Buddhist text, it says ignorance arises like the action of a magician. It is not real. It doesn't come into existence. We are not under the power of ignorance like some demon. We find ourselves ignoring the openness, which we are part of, the natural integrity, our non-duality, and we take up a position. This first position is called Tangni Chikpu, which means the sole entity, the sole true entity, this. As soon as you have this, you have the knower of this. So this and that become born together. The first this is kind of half subject, half object, and then it resolves into this and that, me and you. This double movement is a second level of ignoring, which is called co-emergent ignoring, in which the openness and this movement, this pas de deux of subject and object, which are like clouds in the sky, like reflections in the mirror, they are not real. Nothing has been born, but they're fascinating. They're fascinating. Sometimes you know, in the summertime, you can go outside, maybe with a friend, you lie on your back, you look at the clouds and you see, oh, there's an elephant. Oh, look at that house, look at that palace. Whoa, it's fascinating. What are these things? What is this? It's nothing, but it's fascinating. So here we have the imagination creating something which catches it. And the more you imagine, you have a thickening object side. And in the apprehension of this, you have thickening subject side. I can see that now. Oh yes, now I get it. Subject real, object real. So separation and thickening. That's the second aspect of ignoring. Then the third aspect is what's called the ignoring of naming everything, or applying an identification method for every phenomena. This is where the cognitive capacity is turned up and you start to manipulate concepts. I really like this kind of apple. So now there is a formulation of kinds of apples, family of apples, and there is this particular kind. So among all apples, I know that this one belongs to this particular variety, and I like it. So I have more detail, more nuance on the subject side. This is my particular favorite apple. There is this particular apple, which I select from the many, many varieties of apples. And this is my favorite. So I'm now able to create hierarchies of value, and I bring the things that I like close to me and try to keep them, and push into the background the things I don't like. So a great deal of the perceptual field is irrelevant. It's just irrelevant. You walk down the street, so much you don't see because you're thinking about something, or you're looking at the cars, or you're looking at the people, whatever it is. Your gaze is fixated. You've locked on to a particular bandwidth of significance, and if things fit inside that, they register for you, and they don't, the other things don't register. So what you have now is selective attention operating inside a field organized around the essential difference of subject and object. On the basis of that, I, existing inside my form, the form of this life, look out through my senses, I see objects, and I have an intention towards them. So the first of these 4 factors of karma is, I am real and this is real. Duality, that's the basic structure. Now I have an intention, I want to get close to you, I want to kiss you, or I don't like you, I don't want to be in the same room as you. Liking, disliking. So on the basis of that, I make a movement towards you or away from you. This is the 3rd level where there is a contact. So the contact, if I really don't like you and I don't want to be in the room, the contact point comes when I go out the room and I slam the door. Fuck off, I'm out of here. So that's still contact with the object, except it's contact as aversion. Then the 4th aspect is to be satisfied with the outcome. I'm glad I walked out when I did. That was enough, more than enough. Why did I stay so long? So I know what I did. I'm happy about what I did. Enough. That's it. So then you have a kind of invested density of experience, which of course creates a pattern, a tendency. Now, whew, that's good. I've never done that before. I've never walked out on anyone before. I've always tried to be polite, always tried to be kind, I always tried to be good. And now, for the first time, I think, fuck, I've had enough. Whew, I could do that again. I could do that again. Wow. So now that's in this life, you're already starting to develop a new pattern behavior, but that's embedding in you a tendency and a freedom and a permission to behave in that way. And then in future lives, that kind of vibration or resonance will manifest in a different form. And you won't remember the causal incident where it occurred, but it will come through because it's part of your repertoire. Just as a singer may learn certain kind of songs which suit them. In the world of opera, there are many arias, but not every singer is going to be particularly good at singing Tosca or something like that. They don't have the emotional density for a role like that. So just as different singers will bring up certain pieces of the global repertoire and avoid others, we emotionally, some people are more desire-oriented, some people are more pride-oriented, we'll have these particular tendencies, and we all have these. So this ignoring comes about when we think, but I'm just like this. I don't necessarily want to be like this, but this is me. I think I've always been like that. You know, I had a word with this friend I was at school with, and he said, hey, James, you know, God, you were like that when you were 10 years of age. Oh, well, that's me then. That's me. So it now is as if how this expression is coming is grounded in me. Because there is this defined and defining me, this is acting as my private ground. This is the base out of which I manifest. So if we go back to this first of these aspects of ignoring, everything is open. This is the ground of everything, which is just open, fresh, illuminating, with many different possibilities arising and passing. None of them become something, but there is a clear showing of everything. The ground of everything is ungraspable. This is emptiness. This is the view of Mahamudra and Dzogchen. But when I think of myself, I am my own ground. You just think, hey, I'm James, I'm me, come on, I'm me. And it feels as if there is some kind of basic foundation of me being me, and that I manifest out of that. I'm just being me. Listen, you know who I am. You know what I'm like. Don't be surprised. I'm just being me. So it's as if there is some kind of box or container that is full of me potential, and it's from this that I arise. So now you can see how inherent existence starts to operate. That's what it means. It's a funny term, inherent existence. It just means I'm just me. This is my watch. It's not your watch. It's mine. Things are what they are. Let's not get stupid now. Things just are what they are. Boom. And it seems obvious. It seems true. There's nothing much to think about. It's just a given. It's just how it is. And in fact, it's a whole chain of constructions, of beliefs, of interpretations. So we end up believing a story which has been formulated out of the ever-increasing complexity of our own behavior. The self is a construct. My personal identity is a construct. My openness, my bright mind, my warm heart, these are intrinsic to the ever-open ground. They are not things. They are radiances. They are rays. But when you consolidate it, when it becomes me being like this, I can define me and I can define you, then you have impure relative truth. Thin it to pure relative truth. If you really thin it, if you start to see, hang on, I'm just talking up a storm. This is like a drama. I'm creating these seductive thoughts that pull me into believing in my own construct. The construct operates as the human dimension, which includes the culture I live in, the language field I operate in, my gender, my age, all of these. The particular drama of myself is a movement inside a formulated construct. It's not inherent, it's not true. It is maintained through my performativity, and my performativity is based on my operating with these lines of script. The script of my work, the script of my pleasure, the script of my how long I want to sit in the bath for. You know, how long you want to be in the shower. Whether you have a shower every day or every few days, or what kind of clothes you want to wear. All of these are ways of reassuring you of the truth of your narrative about yourself, because you can give a true account of who you are. There is a who, a you, an entity which is knowable and describable. From the Buddhist point of view, this is all ridiculous. This is delusion. It's not just illusion, it's delusion. Because when you believe in this way, you don't see. And the world is actually very bright, very light, very easy to be in. But when we get into our reading, it becomes very hard, because now we are trapped in a definition which is not true intrinsically, but is true conditionally, because I believe in it. I believe in it. So you can see with the American election, people believe very different things. It is incomprehensible to liberal-minded people why anyone would vote for Donald Trump. It's inconceivable. that this mad psychopathic narcissist, how on earth can he be the president? But he is the president. The world is not what you think it is. Your thoughts are not worth a bag of beans. You go into the bank and say, I've got 1,000 thoughts. I'd like to convert it into pounds, please. They say, okay, just sit there and we'll call the ambulance. Thoughts are not worth anything except when you exchange them with people who are addicted to thoughts. And we're all addicted to thoughts. And we have a special addiction. We are addicted to Buddhist thoughts. And our Buddhist thoughts are the best kind of thoughts. So we are very, very lucky people. So we're going to have a break now for an hour and a quarter, an hour and 15 minutes, and then we come back and look more directly at Dzogchen, and we do some practice together. Okay? So we're starting to look more at emptiness. When we encounter someone, whether we like them or don't like them, when you think about that person and you think you are thinking about the person, you are thinking about your idea about the person. Your mind cannot actually reach the other person. It reaches your idea about the person. And people are not who we think they are. In the same way, when you think about yourself, you think about your ideas about yourself, your history, your memories, your construct of who you take yourself to be. But these are just ideas arising and passing. You cannot catch another person and you cannot catch yourself. There is an otherness to the other and an otherness to yourself. And this is not theory, it's the absolute truth. It's like we look today, when you start to see that maybe you don't like someone, but they have lots of friends. Your idea about them is not the truth of them. It's your relationship with them, which is to say how they arise for you, how they are revealed to you, by you, for you. What does this mean? It means that we don't meet other people so much in thinking. We really have profound connection with people in silence. If you just sit with someone and you both look into each other's eyes, you have much more connectivity than if you talk and tell them all about your history and your story and so on. That is because we are a showing of what? Just before the break, we were looking at, we can have our so-called personal ground, I, me, myself. Let me tell you who I am. But in the moment of saying, I will tell you who I am, I'm allowing a flow of thoughts, feelings, ideas to arise and pass, and then they're gone. The ground of this is the emptiness of the mind. The empty mind flows in emptiness to the empty other. This is actually quite beautiful because it means I will never have enough of you because there is always more of you than I think you are. That is to say, our relationship to the world is non-summative. I cannot totalize you. I cannot add you up and come to a conclusion. That is my own mental arithmetic, my own mental game playing. You cannot be caught inside my thought. So now we see, as we've started to look, thought is a kind of violence in this situation. Because if I believe I have caught you, if I believe I can define you, if I believe that you are someone gettable, then I can coerce you into not being more than my thought. For example, in a culture with slaves, you can beat a slave so that they're too frightened to express themselves in any way, and they become hollowed out. That can happen in very patriarchal marriages as well, where the woman is too frightened of the man to express herself. Fear and the wish to survive cause an abandonment of the spontaneity of connectivity. This, of course, is tragic. But even when people are free to express themselves, what are they expressing? What is this self? When you look for yourself, you find a stream of arisings. When you look at the self of another, who they are not anyone, they are a becoming. There is a flow of becoming meeting another flow of becoming, as if two winds were blowing in the sky, moving together, creating patterns for a while. And it is this ungraspability which is the basis for compassion. Because if I really see this, then my desperate ego, the aspect of myself that wants to be loved or known or contained or made safe, we know these particular formative lonelinesses and longings. If I see, oh, the reason I manifest in this way is because I'm not relaxing into my own openness. If I relax into spaciousness, there is space for you to be as you are. But if I arise in my habitual formations of having this kind of personality and really being desperate to see you, and I have to talk with you, and I really miss you, it's not to discount these feelings, but one can observe directly, what do they do? I need to talk to you. I don't want to talk to anyone else, only you. Why? What is it that you have created in this person? Because they have many attributes, many aspects. They are different with different people. You have formulated a wish that they would be like that. For example, in therapy, sometimes when I used to have a summer break, the patient would come back and they would say, oh, I really miss seeing you over the summer. I had so much to tell you and so on. And then after 10 minutes, we have a very terrible session of complete misunderstanding, because the person they had been longing for was not the person who was in the room with them. So they had cooked up an idea. In English, we say absence makes the heart grow fonder. So it operates in that way. The actuality of people is changing, and so they are ungraspable. I think this is something very important. So gaining and losing, which are very powerful forces in our world, whether it's gaining people or money or countries or promotion, these all start from the proposition there is something to get. There is a commodification of life. But actually what we have is an experience. Say you buy a very beautiful diamond. It's a wonderful diamond. You spend 100,000 euros on it. Now you have something which can be lost and stolen. You don't want to lose it and steal it. So you bought the diamond because you appreciated it, and now it's something you can worry about. You have to check you have the right insurance. If you wear it around your neck, is the chain strong enough? If you're going out on the street, should you put it in your pocket or your bag? You're now in a relation to it as a thing. Before it was just this radiant beauty that captivated you. If you're rich and you buy a beautiful painting, then the fact that you have bought it is not unknown in the art world. If you buy a Cézanne, people can work out where you live and they can come and try and steal it. So you spend a lot of money on your security cameras and so on. Possession is a dangerous thing. As the old anarchist slogan is, property is theft. It's theft from the common weal. Now, we live in a capitalist culture, so we all have property. We all own something. But it's a form of violence. Violence means not sharing. There are still a few cultures left in the world where people share, the hunter-gatherer communities. People don't have very much private possessions. Many of these people are naked. They walk around. They don't need any shoes. Their feet are very good for the local territory. They might have a spear or a throwing stick. They might have a little leather bag to carry something, but not very much. We take a lot from the world and we call it mine, and then it is mine, and you mustn't take it because it's mine. So this is how we can see emptiness, that we are grasping at phenomena, but what we get is the idea. We get our frame whereby we can take hold of it. That is to say, in relative truth, we operate in a frame of reference of liking, not liking, mine, yours, good, bad, and so on. So I take up a position. I am here. I am like this. I have my history, my interests, my aesthetic sensibility. And so some things are very important for me and other things are not. This is because I am situated. In absolute truth, what we have is emergence in space as the radiance of space, like a ray of sunlight spreading out. We are emergent, not fixed. As soon as you become fixed, you stand vis-a-vis something else. You stand in relation to it, above it, below it, to the left, to the right, owning it, subjugated by it, and so on. So you can see duality means always a positioning of this and that. Non-duality is participation in the field of emergence as emergence. So it's not that you become homogenized into nothing at all. You are here, but here as part of the field. Part of the field. So you're always moving with the environment. This is like the dependent origination we looked at earlier. Everything is empty of what we think they are. So we want to know what emptiness is. It means not filled by me. If you look around your room, you can tell a story about everything you have. You go for a walk, you can talk about the architecture, the street, the amount of rubbish on the street, the trees, the park, how the children play. We can blather on and talk about everything. Commentary, commentary, commentary. Our world is commentary. Commentary on something we take to be real. But actually, if we see that our words don't reach the actual phenomena, that phenomena are fresh, clear, bright, then what we're doing is we're making a haze. So in the Dzogchen text, it's often talking about clarity of the mind. It means the mind as it reveals itself, rather than the mind's experience covered by its own thoughts. So a simple thing that some of you know is you can just go into your bathroom and look in the mirror and then breathe out onto the mirror. Now the mirror is covered with your breath. It's hazy. And then gradually it evaporates and the mirror is clear again. So this is what we do. We are spraying out our thoughts, our concepts over the world. Now we understand with the virus, breathing out is very dangerous. Maybe you're putting the virus into the world, but you've always done this. You've done the virus of ignorance. You've infected the whole bloody planet. So not breathing out so much, little humble breath. No. Then you can start to receive. Now receiving is the in-breath. Oh. I am being filled with what is, rather than I am telling the world what it is. That's the essential point of emptiness, that there is no space for revelation if we are already running the master narrative, if we are interpreting and projecting, and so on. So allowing the emptiness of phenomena is very, very important. And in many ways, nature is our best friend, because the ungraspability of nature is, for most of us, easier than the ungraspability of culture. So you go out, you see the wind blowing about, the leaves moving. What could you say? There's so much complexity. A tree with maybe 100,000 leaves, the wind is blowing, the leaves are going at different speeds depending on how firmly they're attached and so on. This is an inconceivable complexity which you receive all at once. You get the whole thing as reception, and you only get a little bit of it if you try to work it out. In that moment, you can see, oh, my mental activity is robbing me of the whole. It's only when I relax and allow the sound of the wind in my ears, the feel of the wind on my face, the sight of everything moving, and it's all at once, all at once. But if I try to break it down to make sense of it and organize it, I get less and less and less. Now, in various cultures, for example, Japanese culture, these ideas of Buddhism came into art quite strongly, and there's a whole tradition of spontaneous mark making or spontaneous painting, usually with a biggish brush and some black ink, and in particular drawing circles. So people draw circle after circle after circle, and then there is one circle which is, oh, we have to keep this. Maybe we put it as a scroll and hang it on the wall. Of course, what you should do is burn it. In autumn, the wind comes and blows the leaves off the trees. That's very kind. But we have exhibitions, and we have museums and rich people's showing rooms where these wonderful treasures of traditional Japanese art are on display. They are special. They are really important. What are they? Invested with ideas. When you look at that painting, what you see is the beliefs of hundreds of thousands of people who say, this is the best, this is the best, this is the best. Now, do all these thoughts make it the best? That is a conventional relative truth agreement. If you see the circle, it's just that, just that. What would you do with it? I want to see it again, but every time you see it, it's different. That's why culture is more difficult, because culture gives you something to buy and to take home, whereas the tree doesn't give you anything. It gives you some leaves and some wood to burn in the fire, but it is self-dissolving. Everything in nature is self-dissolving. We alone, through our fabrication, believe that the artificial is the true natural. The person, the great artist who manages to draw this wonderful circle, has done it a few times in the past. We say this is intuitive and spontaneous, but hang on a minute, there's a wee bit of rehearsal going on here. He's already done 1,000, 100,000. So let's not get stupid. Oh, the master of haiku. Was that the first haiku ever written? Oh, polished spontaneity. The trees don't do that. Bushes don't do that. They're a little bit more honest. So maybe you start to get the sense of emptiness when we see the juxtaposition, the placing together, the functioning together of pulses of phenomena, generating what we take to be a room or a teacup or a carpet or a person walking down the street. This is a composition. just as a painter has their frame of their canvas and they compose their setting inside it. We compose our notion of what is there. Intentionality, artificiality, it's not there by itself. So all compounded things are impermanent. Whatever structure of interpretation you have, it doesn't last. You go to see a play and you have some idea about it. If you go and see it again, you will have a different idea because every time it's going to be different. You read a novel again, you see something different in the story. As Heraclitus said, you can never step in the same river twice. Each time you meet a person, this is a new meeting. Do you allow it to be a new meeting? No, because you think you know the person. You know about the person, and your aboutness towards the person blocks the revelation of how they are in this moment. This is just such a basic point of freedom or limitation. And we often believe that limitation is freedom, which is tragic. We cannot know other people. We can be with them, we can be open and receive, but we can't know. Know is always knowing about our idea of the person, our image of the person, and so on. Revelation is always now, in this moment. It's not in the past, not in the future. It's simply in this moment and vanishing. And this is the emptiness of the situation, because phenomena cannot be grasped as something, they cannot be nailed down, which means they have a potential for manifesting, which is revealed in the changing relation between what we take to be the object and the context. So, traditionally, if people were building an art studio, they would want to have most of the glass on the north side because you get more stable light. If you have the windows facing in the south, then especially in the, you have the movement of the sun from the east across to the west. And if you're trying to draw the same thing you have in front of us, like bowls or vases or something, as the light moves around, the shadow is going to change, and that will be annoying. So you want the light to be more stable coming from the north. Even so, there's going to be changes in the day, because the object revealed is the object illuminated. If you put all the lights off, it would be stable, but you wouldn't see it. So you put the light on, and the light changes because of natural light. Even if you put on neon light has a flicker, and more than that, you get tired. So how you see it, as your eyes get tired, the muscles in the eye change slightly, and so how it's revealed shifts. That is to say, it's always dynamic and interactive. You never get the thing itself. There is no thing itself. You get the thing as it appears to be. This is the potential of emptiness. Because everything is ungraspable, there is no end to the showing of the potential of emptiness. Empty of self means you can't put it in a box. There is this, but this is part of the permutation of the field. So for example, if I just sit back a little bit, I look down on my table, I've got 2 cups, I've got pens and papers and some books and so on. So there's a lot. Now I can start to move these things around as if I was making a kind of collage. There'd be lots of colors, endless permutations of these few items. When you look at the paintings of, say, Morandi, who spent his whole life, with 3 pots and a tin can, endlessly painting again and again and again, these possibilities, is incredible. It's beyond belief. Each time it's new, each time it's this. So there is no limitation to the permutations of the empty potential of phenomena, Where we do become limited is where we project our idea onto what is arising and take it to be something real. So the limit of my existence is my thought interpretation. I am my own jailer. I put myself in the prison of my limited concepts. Phenomena don't do that. I do that. Which is why when we're thinking about Mahamudra or Dzogchen, we're always starting with the sky. The sky has no reference point. When you look out, if it's a clear blue day, you can't say where is the center of the sky. Any point could be the center of the sky. The sky is not orchestrated around reference points. It is emergent. So something catches your eye, maybe a bird suddenly flies across the sky and you're tracking the bird. And it's as if as the bird is moving, the space of the sky is revealed around it. And then the bird is gone and it's just open sky. Movement in the sky. In the same way, our thoughts are emerging in the space of the mind. If you observe the thought, it is the showing of the capacity of the mind. It is the clarity of the mind. In Tibetan, they call it salwa. Salwa means like illumination or brightness or luminosity. This can be in the form of clear light or the light of the 5 colors, which is to say, when the light goes through a crystal, the rainbow formation shines out. These colors are the potential of white light, hidden, as it were, in white light. So when the white light or clear light hits the crystal, suddenly the potential of the clear light is revealed as the color. This is the same as our situation. Everything is empty, but as you enter into the world, how you participate reveals this pattern of coloration for yourself. Some people have a great sensitivity to architecture. So if they walk down the street, they're looking at the window frames, they're looking at whether the tiles are original or not, they're seeing particular importance in these shapes. Other people are fixated on the pavement. Is it clean or dirty? How would it be for a blind person? And so on. They have more of a kind of social crystal, if you like. Everybody's got some kind of crystalline formation through which they participate in the world, so that particular features or potential are manifest through them. None of these is right or wrong or good or bad, because essentially it's all empty. If you're interested in cars, you're going to pay a lot of attention to cars in the street. If, like me, you're not interested in cars, they're just something that get in the way and they're a bit dangerous. So these are like, if each of us is a crystal, crystals have little formations of color in them, or little fractures. You could see these as an impurity or an impediment or something wrong with the crystal. But what it does is it brings more coloration into the revelation of the light coming out. And in fact, of course, when you have little fragmentations inside the crystal, when the light hits that, the 5 colors are inside the crystal as well as coming out of it. It's not just refracted, but it's present in the crystal. And this is how we are. We have our personality. This is the coloration that seems to ring true for us. Some people are more angry, some people are more desireful, some people more proud. Each of these is a coloration. If you see, the ground of this manifesting is empty, just like the sky. So sometimes rainbows come in the sky, sometimes clouds, sometimes storms, arising and then vanishing. The same with us. Some stages in our life, we might have been confident. Some people experience that when they're in their early 20s, they go out, they go to parties, they make all kinds of adventures. By the time they're in their late 30s, they're a little bit more wary and scared and insecure. They're thinking, how is this? I now have experience of life. Surely I should have more confidence. But in fact, they become more hesitant, more tentative. This is the patterning of how this has arisen. For another person, they were maybe very shy in their late teens, early 20s. They didn't go to parties, they didn't want to see people, but now in their 30s, they feel more confident and so on, so they go out more. You cannot know in advance how life is going to unfold through this particular patterning. We are unknowable in that sense. And this unknowability is our freedom, the freedom to manifest. So empty means empty of truly existing defining factors. When we say my nature is empty, it means I am not limited by anything. However, I don't live with my emptiness, I live with my fullness. That is to say, I ceaselessly, if you're an ordinary person, you're ceaselessly modifying your personality, your postures, gestures, tone of voice, and so on, according to situations. And the key point is this: when this adjustment is done from the position of I, me, myself, my ego self, then in a situation, I want you to like me, so I will try to work out how I need to be in order to be liked by you. So you can see this is artificial. This is a management of the presentation of self in order to optimize social gain, which is, again, not uncommon. People who work in public relations departments, advertising, that's how they earn their money. But we also do it. And often not for much reward, because the end result is that I remain imprisoned inside my sense of self. So emptiness is saying, there is a false ground here. This is like this third level of ignorance we looked at, the ignorance of naming. Because I tell myself what I am like, not how I am, which is unfolding, but what I am, which is reifying, solidifying. Because I am like this, there are many options which are close to me. I wouldn't do that. You do it, I see you do it. You don't get arrested, you don't get put in jail. I couldn't do it. Why? Because I'm me. This is so fascinating. This is so fascinating. If I did that, I believe I would be put in jail, but that very belief puts me in jail. It imprisons me in my own limited perception. This is very tragic. So, this is a thought which is arising in me. The thought seems real because this is how my mother spoke to me. She said, come on, you can't do that. You can't do that. No, you mustn't do that. You'll upset the neighbors. No, you mustn't. Many, many messages we all received, whether from parents or school teachers or grandparents. Don't do that. You must do this. And therefore, there is an overinvestment in this idea as being a vehicle of truth. So a rainbow arises in the sky due to causes and conditions. What is it? It's just a rainbow. Now, a thought arises in the mind. What is it? It's just a thought. No, this thought is telling me the truth about how I have to be. I can't do that. I mustn't do that. I shouldn't do that. So the empty thought has somehow been injected with a coloration, a kind of Botox of solidification of carrying this message, which is a prohibition, or it could be a freedom. The lightness of the thought comes and goes, it arises by itself, it vanishes by itself. But now it's been imprisoned in its task of informing me of the limit and the shape of my world. I have to be tidy, I have to be clean, I shouldn't cause trouble for other people, I should be thoughtful about other people. These are not bad thoughts to have, but you can see how they operate inside people to direct their performance. So if we feel anxious about what other people think of us, with a thought, I mustn't upset them, if I am with even 5 people, that's 5 varieties of thought. And each of these people have their own history. So they can think about me in many, many different ways, but I mustn't upset them. This is a terrible task. How can I do this? We say you can please some of the people some of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time. You can't get it right. If my job is to make everyone happy, sometimes it's not going to be successful. But if I don't make people happy, they'll be unhappy, and they'll be unhappy with me, and I can't bear that. I don't want to be criticized. I don't want to be criticized. This is a very normal discourse in therapy, because a lot of fear is put into people that your criticism of me is the truth, and your criticism will annihilate me. It will kill me, because you will have taken this dagger of truth and stuck it through my heart. Oh, James, how could you do that? You're terrible. Oh my God, what can I do now? So we feel fixed. So we can observe this for ourselves. As you sit in meditation, you get more experience of the repertoire, the range of limiting thoughts which arise for you. In the practice of Tantra, we have this way of killing the killer. So, especially with Vajrakilaya practice with Dorji Purva, we have this special dagger, and you can create an image of the demon, which is your own critical voice, your own limiting factor, and then you stick this dagger right in the middle of the demon and nail them down. You can't move. Don't move. So this is an external symbolization of what we have to do for these thoughts. It's not that the thought shouldn't move, it's that we shouldn't move with the thought. A thought arises in my mind. Oh, I wish I hadn't done that. Some regret comes. I have to marry the thought. I have to give myself to the thought and believe in it in order for the thought to be real. Otherwise, it's just a thought that's coming and going. It's just coming and going. But I believe in the thought. I believe the thought is telling the truth about me. I now feel bad. I feel I have to do something. This is all due to merging my luminous potential into the thought as if the thought could tell me the truth about me. Now, if we go back to this wonderful pre-Socratic Heraclitus, you can never step in the same river twice because the water is always flowing. So your mind, as a metaphor, is like a river flowing, experience after experience after experience. Oh, James, you fucked up. You shouldn't have done that. Now I'm stabbing James. But where am I stabbing? Where is this James I'm stabbing? You shouldn't have done it. Oh, why did you do it? I did it. It's gone. Now James, who did the bad thing, is now the murderous stabber. I've gone from being a horrible person to a murderer. God, this is worse. This is terrible. What am I going to do? Now I become, oh, this is silly. Now I'm a silly person. Now I'm a this. The river is flowing. You can't go back. It's already gone. It's already gone. Stay in the present moment. These things happen. That doesn't mean letting yourself off the hook. Not that we should be hooked, but it means it is gone. Actually, truthfully, honestly, it has gone. When you follow a negative thought and feel you have to make purification, this is because a thought is chasing a thought. The thought is not the problem. For example, if somebody who has been smoking for a long time stops, and 2-3 months later, they have some difficulty in their life and they feel terrible and think, oh, I need a cigarette. I don't care. I just need a cigarette. What is that? Many people we know relapse. They find it difficult to stop smoking. A thought has arisen, infused with some energy from the sensation and the feeling tones that are around. I need a cigarette. It's a thought. Arises in the mind and it's gone. But if you merge in the thought, then you get up, you go to the shops, you buy some cigarettes, you light the cigarette, and now you're smoking. Did the cigarette make you smoke? No. Did the thought of smoking make you smoke? No. What locked you in the prison of smoking was your belief that the thought, I need a cigarette, was telling you the truth. Don't blame the object. There's nothing out there in the world that is a real demon. It is when we believe in the validity or the meaning of these structures. So for the meditation practice in both Mahamudra and Dzogchen, mainly we're just sitting. We're not intending to do anything. Sometimes it's structured in 4 stages through one taste and so on. But these formal structures are not so important. The key point is always like a mirror, allowing reflections to come and go, without taking up a position of reactivity. The lucidity of the mind, our own awareness, can just allow all different kinds of thoughts and feelings and sensations to arise. When you enter into judgment, when you say, I don't want my mind to be like this, when you say, this is intolerable for me, I have to do something, either to promote it more or to do less, the one who is doing this is not unborn awareness. This is not Rigpa. This is consciousness. Nampa Shepa, that is to say, it's the diminished, restricted form of your mental clarity which fixates on something. So you're sitting in the meditation, you're quite relaxed, different things are going on, and suddenly you riff off into some daydream or some speculation or some plan about what you're going to do next week. You've merged into this movement of the mind. Who is there? Who got lost? There was an object side arising and a subject side arising, and the subject merges with the object. And so there is movement. Why? Because subject is movement and object is movement. Awareness, like the mirror, is not moving. Reflections move in the mirror. So this is why we observe ourselves, like maybe through Vipassana practice, and you see everything which I take myself to be, every conclusion or summary I have about myself is a commentary on a flow. I am this river, subjectivity is flowing, object side is flowing. In fact, it's one unified river or display or unfolding, and sometimes it looks subject, sometimes it looks object. And when I relax, I'm aware of object side pulsation, subject side pulsation. So you can be aware that, as it were, I am thinking about this, where I am is the naming quality of the subject side emergence. I am is not a truth about me, where I am this person born in Scotland doing this and doing that. I is open awareness. I am, it's starting to thicken. I am Scottish. Now we're plugged into my history and this and that. And this I am Scottish is the abandonment of I. I, what was I? You just say, I. Try it for yourself. I. It's very light, very open. It could be anything. Exactly, because it's empty. I am, now is thickening. I am Scottish. Now I'm positioned in the world, means I'm not Polish. I don't speak Yiddish. There's many, many things that come with being Scottish. So it's a delimitation. I'm now positioned in the world as someone Scottish. I is not positioned anywhere. I is the site of emergence. So hopefully you get the sense of this. I is like the mirror. I am Scottish is the reflection. The reflection is in the mirror. You can't take a reflection out of the mirror, but the reflection is not the same as the mirror. I, indeterminate, unborn, empty, and yet full of potential. I, stumm, silent. I am Scottish. As soon as the filling of the I arises, does it catch the I? Is the subject caught by the I am Scottish? Only if you believe that what is arising is able to define I. And you have to look at your mind a lot for this to make sense. Otherwise, it's just blah, blah of words. So hopefully you do look at your mind. The ego self is fat I. I itself is very, very thin. So I is like anorexic and ego self is bulimic. Bulimic self wants to be thin, but it wants to eat a lot. So eat a lot, vomit a lot, eat a lot, vomit a lot. It's a lot of work to be the ego. You fill yourself up, you empty yourself out. I is natural born anorexic. Would you like some food? No, you look very thin. Yeah, I've always been thin. I'm like the sky. We don't carry much weight when you're the sky. Come on, put on a few pounds, have a cloud, eat a cloud. No, I'm happy as clear blue sky. This is open eye. But the ego is always hungry, it's consuming. So thoughts comes, feelings come and say, this is me, this is me, this is me. Now, you don't need to do that because the content is already in the mirror. The reflection is in the mirror. You don't have to grasp what's already in you. And it's going to go anywhere. So this is clarity. Clarity is the revelation of experience as it vanishes. When we don't see this, we grasp at it and we try to do something about it. Especially we enter judgment. I shouldn't be like this. I should try harder. Why don't I do that? And we endlessly try to manipulate ourselves into different patterns. I is empty. I is the sky. I am is thickening. You observe this for yourself. I'm tired, I'm thirsty, I need to go to the toilet. You're filling up. And when it's just I, it's not conditioned. The unconditioned. In the text, you'll see a lot of discussion about conditioned and unconditioned. In the 5 skandhas, the fourth one is conditioning. It's duche. Do means to gather together and che means to make. So it's making a composite. I am hungry could be a composite. It could be that I really identify with this. So I need to think about food a lot, to go to the shops, what the recipe could be, and I become preoccupied with thinking about food. Many people are. So I am composing myself, constellating myself around this definition or this feeling tone of myself. Or when I'm hungry, I eat. When I'm tired, I sleep. This is the definition of a yogi. When you are tired, you sleep. When you're hungry, you eat. When you want to sit, you sit. When you want to walk, you walk. Just as simple as that. Who is eating? Hunger is eating, not psychological hunger, not binge eating. I'm hungry. You eat. Are you satisfied? Yes, you stop eating. Beginning, middle, end is very simple. When you finished eating, you finished eating. You don't think about food anymore. Oh, that was so good. That was delicious. How do you cook that? What's the recipe? Oh, ottolenghi, amazing. Yes, I must try that. On and on and on, building up pictures. So it's very, very important to see this as you are now. If you stay with this fresh, open moment, it's empty. You can, especially nature as useful. You go to the sea or in the mountains, just everything is there. Not even, because if you say, I see that, I hear that, you're moving into the specificity. And until I is clearly empty and open, the specificity is a problem because the I hides in the specificity. But when the I is clearly open like the mirror, the specificity is the radiance of the openness. So I am tired, I'm hungry, I'm enthusiastic, I love walking in this park. Each of these is the clarity of the mind displaying itself. Whereas if you grasp it, it becomes heavy. Now, these two are very close together. Samsara and Nirvana are born together. They're not two different countries. You're not having to go from here to there. They're very close. So you go and you stand in front of the mirror and you look. What do you see? Oh, I see myself. Oh, you see a reflection of yourself. If you see a reflection of yourself, the reflection is in the mirror. But when you just look first, oh, it's me. It is as if I am in the mirror. So I have put myself into the mirror. Oh, this is what I do with thoughts. I put my emotional and intellectual, cognitive identification into the object, my thought. The thought comes. You don't have to stop having thoughts. In this practice of Mahamudra and Dzogchen, nothing is forbidden. You can live however you want to live. Some people eat a lot, some people drink a lot of alcohol, some people are always working, some people want to have lots of sex. There are many, many ways that people live. The performative aspect of energy is not the question, as long as you see it arises and passes. It arises and passes. As soon as you lock into it, it starts to leave a trace. This goes back to what we looked at in the morning, these four aspects of karma. The basis for karma is the duality which arises from reification, solidification. I am real, you are real. What goes on between us is real. I really like talking with you. I think you're a really good person. So you are becoming more real for me as I put my positive projections into you. The transaction of speaking and listening is pleasant and it's making me feel good. Now, these are called the three wheels, subject, object, and the connection. And when they turn and move together, this is the momentum of samsara. The problem is in the grasping. I like you. You appear for me and I like. The liking is transient. I'm not, maybe I'm going to fall in love so much, like a kind of love-lost swain. I don't eat anymore. I can't sleep. I wander around. Ho, ho, ho. Maybe not. I'm too old for that. So I like you for a while, under certain circumstances. But I also want to read my book. I love you, but I want to read my book. Come on, let me read my book, please. I love you. No, I do love you, but let me read my book. Loving you is interesting, but the book at the moment, that's like that. This is life is like that. Opening, filling, emptying, opening, filling, emptying. This is I. But when you get angry, say, no, I'm ready to read my book. Why do you always do this? Now it gets very solid. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout at you, but you know I like to read the book. Oh, that becomes very difficult. Always keep it light. I am filling and showing a dissolving. I, a space, am filling manifestation, which is showing and dissolving ceaselessly, on and on and on, like the waves in the sea, on and on. It is the grasping and the construction of this fantasy of an individual self which locks us in. Okay, so maybe we do just a little bit of sitting for 5 minutes or so. Very easy, very relaxed. We sit with the spine supporting our weight. Usually we do it with the gaze is open, and whatever comes, comes, whether it seems to be outside or inside, not blocking, not interfering, just present as I is this presence, awareness, and let everything else flow through. Okay. Well, as many of you know, when we do this practice, we do it just for very short periods of time because we don't want to be struggling or making effort or trying. We relax into the intrinsic openness and work with that. But of course, what we find is that the thickening of our presence into the ego happens very easily. So if you thought of clear water flowing down in the mountains, the river is very, very fresh, and then it comes down into the valley and it's quite strong, maybe springtime, melting ice water. And as it rubs on the banks of the river, the earth comes in and it starts to get muddy and it becomes opaque. So this is what happens when our awareness, it's impossible really to say this accurately in language, but it is as if awareness manifests as ego intelligence. The awareness stays clear whatever is happening, but it looks unclear because when you have a muddy river, the mud is a colloid. That is to say, the mud is held in a suspension in the water. If you take it out and you leave it long enough, the mud will gradually sink down and the water will be clear again. While the mud is in fine suspension in the river is opaque and you can't see through it. So this is like ego formation. The ego formation is when there is an overinvestment of identification and memory and feeling, and it becomes so strongly real. The mind is thickening itself. So in the Mahamudra tradition, they say that samsara is excess, that the mind itself is very simple and open, but there is an excess of the effulgence or the energy or the display, and so it thickens. And this thickness is what we're in. There's nothing wrong. There's not some bad thing that has happened, but it will thin if we don't attach to the thick. Now, when you encounter something that seems very special or very good or very important for you, there's an excitement that goes with that. I like this. Oh, wow, I've been looking at this for a long time. I used to spend a lot of time in secondhand bookshops because I was very interested in certain old philosophy books and certain kinds of novels and so on. And so you have to scan across thousands and thousands of books, and then you maybe or maybe not find something really interesting. These are old books. People could buy these books, but I'm not buying them because this is the one I want. So when I would find the book that was singing to me, it would thicken. I must have it. I must have it. And probably you know this feeling for yourself. The connection with the item is thickening into a necessity. It becomes, it's not something that you really have a choice. I just have to buy it. It's really important. No, this is really good. And you can feel your life energy coming more strongly into an amalgam, a unification with the object. So this is how the ego thickens. Actually, it's a space simply of recognition. Wow, this is an interesting book. I've been looking for this book for a long time. That's all. Could let it go. Great that they still have that. I mean, nice that they still sell it. But I want it. So the I want, the grasping, in Tibetan they call it dagzin. This is something I can hold on to. It's the jinpa, the apprehending, the taking hold that thickens it. Now, here's something very simple you can do. If you put your hand out in front of you and you wiggle your fingers, You have a hand which is quite kind of open and thin. Now put it into a grasping, holding position, and you feel the muscles tightening, the sinews tightening, the tendons in your wrist. Now you have something thickened. Now you take hold of something. It's like that. You are trapped by your apprehension. Then you release your fingers. They move around. They can do anything. Your hands can do 1,000 things, but your grasp, what can it do? Like an animal's claw. It's just for scratching and holding. So this is what happens. The potential of I locks on to this. It's the same energy, but when the grasping is being enacted, it is as if it's very different. You can observe this for yourself. It's not something esoteric. I'm not telling you something about yourself you could never know. You can see what it's like to get fixated, whether it's on a person or a movie or whatever it would be. And there's, of course, there's a frustration nowadays where people can, through the internet, locate things quite easily. That's very different. In my experience, if I didn't catch something, it was gone. And so I still remember things that, oh, I wish I had, or maybe I could. And that longing also tells me something, that that object, which is now unavailable to me, has a bit of me in it. I am not at peace. So this is, for many people, the story of their love affairs. You fall in love with someone, you give yourself to them, then it doesn't work out too well, and you break up, which sounds pretty violent. You break up and you leave a little bit of you in them. And so how can you be complete? And many people, after years, they find themselves spread out, attenuated out into their projections with people. And they can't come back to the simplicity, the wholeness of themselves. Every time I think of them, I start to cry. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it went so wrong. Wow. They gave you a hard time, and now you give yourself a hard time, wondering why you couldn't have had a good time from someone who gave you a bad time. You don't want to accept that they were not good for you. No, they were lovely, but not good for you. No, but they were lovely. Yeah, but you were allergic to them. Allergies are difficult to comprehend. Some children can eat peanuts. You can't eat peanuts. But why? Because you have an allergy. You were allergic to Bob. That's why you had a hard time. Bob's lovely. Yes, he's lovely for people who are not allergic to Bob. It's not so complicated. So, but this is what we find, that we are somehow fixated into something, merged into the other, so that when we separate, we seem to lose bits of ourselves. This is because there is a reification. I am someone. I give myself to you. I give you my heart. Wow. Okay, you want to do that? That's fine. I'll put it in the fridge. What will I do with it? I'm giving you me. I'm giving you me. Okay, it sounds very romantic, in the right mood, but it's strange. Actually, you can't. You're here and feelings are moving. The feelings are moving. The thing about feelings is they dissolve. They arise and dissolve. They arise and sensation arises and dissolves. You haven't given anything to the other person. But when you have an over-concretized, over-solidified vision of yourself, then it is as if a part of yourself is now located in them. So when we do a general Buddhist practice, often we do Vajrasattva practice, Doji-sempa, in order to purify ourselves. Vajrasattva means, Vajra means indestructible, Sattva indicates being. He is the indestructible being, means not fragmented. Doji-sempa does not give his heart to anyone. he's complete in himself. And when you do Vajrasattva practice, he makes you complete in yourself. Why? Because he can remind you, you have always been complete from the very beginning. These defilements or difficulties are contingent. It was just an unhappy love story. Get over it. No, but I love him. I love him. What is it you love? Him. So if he was so lovable, why is he not here? I don't know. What is this? This is the mind projected out into the object. You have given up part of yourself to locate it somewhere else. Like in all over Britain, you can see these war memorials. People laying down their life for their country. They die for Queen and country. Why? Why would you die for the Queen? She lives in a palace. She got so much money. She's protected by guards. She certainly doesn't need me to die for her. Why would you do that? Well, I'm dying for my country. What, for the trees, the rivers, the rocks? What the hell do you want to die for? Did any rock ever shout at you, you must die for me? If so, go to and see a psychiatrist. You are psychotic. Trees and stones don't say that. What is you to die for your country? You're dying for stupid politicians who don't know how to bring down war drums. That's what you're dying for. You're dying for people's stupidity. Oh, let's invade Vietnam. Great idea. The French just fucked up. Dien Bien Phu, they all got kicked in the ass. We'll go back. We can do it better. Iraq. Oh, Afghanistan. Hey, the British lost 3 wars in Afghanistan. Well, this time we'll do it different. Now, Taliban is back. Don't ever die for your country, please. It's a waste of time. But this is, in these moments, you can see this is the nature of projection. The soldier puts on the uniform. They are dedicated. They have given themselves. Why? At least the nuns and monks give themselves to God in the Catholic tradition. That's much less dangerous for other people than giving yourself to your country. But we need to see this. This is a shadow of the human condition. To imagine that over-investing an object with importance is somehow increasing its value. All you're doing is depleting yourself. From the very beginning, the mind is like the sky. As it says in the Mahamudra text, does the sky have a top and a bottom? Does the sky have a center and an edge? Sky into pieces so everybody gets a piece of the sky? It's not like that. This is your mind, which is in terms of in terms of your own sensations, longings, hopes, and fears. You can embed your hopes and fears in other people. So you have to know the difference between awareness, which is unborn, and consciousness, which is born. Consciousness comes into existence with its object. So if you're sitting in the room and the window is open, suddenly some smell comes in the window. Oh, what's that? What's that? Before your nose sensory consciousness was sleeping because it needs an object to waken it up. The smell comes in, and this olfactory touch with proprioception, the same with the eyes, the ears, the object and the subject arise together. Consciousness takes an object. It relies on an object. Awareness doesn't. Awareness is unborn, infinite lucidity. And the only way, you can listen to this kind of thing again and again, but the only way to find it is you sit, and whenever you tumble into involvement, oh, this is consciousness. Then you relax and you're out of it. The Tibetan word for consciousness is nampashepa. It means knowing formations, means knowing stuff. The basis of this is knowing. Knowing is like a head of Janus or a coin. It has two sides. You can know, just knowing, or you can know something. Knowing something is consciousness, which is our mental experience of being in the world with others. And just knowing is pure open awareness like the sky. They are not intrinsically different, but functionally, if you are embedded in dualistic consciousness, you have a very different experience. So again and again, we sit, experience arises. Sometimes we're caught up in it. Oh, consciousness. If that happens, relax into the out breath. Don't think about what just happened and be present again for a while. And then again, you do it. Better to do a series of short sittings, 5 minutes, have a stretch for 2 or 3 minutes, sit again, stretch, move around, sit again. Don't push, don't try, because it is intrinsic. Consciousness is an activity, awareness is not an activity. So when you're trying hard, you're involved in consciousness. If you're doing a tantric practice and you're visualizing and doing mantras and making tormas, this is dualistic consciousness. It is not awareness. Awareness doesn't do anything. So if you're clear about that division, then you have a little template for settling in the practice again and again. I don't want to get anywhere. I don't want to get anything. Here, I, open, empty. Okay, now time for tea. For half an hour, we have a break, and then we're back for the final session. So someone posed a question on the chat thing, saying if they have a particular kind of fixation on playing computer games and they want to lessen that, what to do. So this could apply to many, many kind of behaviors where some particular activity becomes very important to us and we put a lot of our life energy into it. From the Mahamudra and Dzogchen point of view, don't apply any antidote. Simply relax into open awareness. Easily said, difficult to do. If you can't do that though, then you become a person, an ego self, struggling with a behavioral pattern that you want to change. So then you need antidote. So then you need to think, what can I do differently? I could distract myself, go for a walk every time I want to play a game, or I could try to put some lock on my computer if I do it on that, or I could give myself a hard time or close down the sites. In all of these situations, the subject is acting to make a new pattern for the self. Generally speaking, there's no end to that. That's just the way our samsaric condition goes on. I don't want to do this, so I'll do something else instead. Whatever you do, the main question is not the what, but how. How does it arise that I am doing this? That is to say, where does this impulse to get into the computer game come from? There is an arising feeling, maybe some sensation in the body, some feeling tone. I feel I have to. This has come to you. I become aware that I really want to do that. So the experience is arising and displaying itself through and for and to my subjectivity. Now I can relax the subjectivity and have it as open awareness, or I can collapse into the ego self, which, as we looked before, is an appearance. Ego is in movement. Awareness is not appearing, it's not moving. So you get caught by a thought. Who gets caught? The thought of I, me, myself. I is not a thought, but the thought of I gets caught. So this is very important to see. You have to sit with your mind. This open awareness is uncatchable. Even if we say I, the I is not pointing at anything because it's an ungraspable presence. It's just open presence. But oh gosh, I need to stop doing this. The I now is actually standing in the place of the ego self. It is a finite formation. And therefore, when I criticize myself, I mustn't do that again. I is standing in the place of the ego self. This is why we have a lot of confusion, because even when the mind is relaxed and open, we often take it as the ego presentation. So if habitually you fuse into an activity, which could be eating too much or doing too much exercise, whatever it would be, talking too much, who is doing this? It is an availability. It is like the river flowing by. If you let the river flow, you don't need to get into it. As soon as you get into it, some movement becomes you. The mind doesn't move, but the mind does move. We are both stillness and movement. So the best way to deal with any kind of habit formation is not to worry about it too much, but simply to be present with this arising movement, sometimes indulge it, observe, sometimes resist it, observe, and sometimes try to balance in the middle way between resistance and indulgence, and observe. And then you see for yourself that I is always free, but I, like computer games, is already involved. So it is about the formulation of the thought and your belief in the thought. We don't have to do anything. Don't have to do anything. People, when the British were fighting in Northern Ireland, in Belfast, many Catholic prisoners went on hunger strike. 50 days, 60 days, fasting to death. I need to eat, I need to eat. I don't need to eat. This is a willpower. So you resist the hunger, you resist the desire, and gradually the desire lessens and the person goes into a kind of altered state. So you can do anything, either positive or negative. Why am I doing it? That's a big karmic question. Do I want to do it? That looks like a choice. These are both ego issues. Stay present with the arising of the impulse. Just observe it. You don't have to indulge anything which occurs. That's the truth of it. Because once you're in the domain of activity, then it's antidote. You use movement to counteract movement. You use movement, and using movement also sets up a disturbance. It's like if you're in a bath and you drop the soap, you want to find the soap, so you're grasping around in the water trying to find the soap, and every time you move, the water moves and the soap scoots away someplace else. So this is what we do, chasing. I must stop it. I'm not going to do it ever again. More activity, more activity. Not very helpful. These things happen. Don't take your virtues seriously. Don't take your faults seriously. Keep it light and easy. So in order to do this, we have to, I will return to something I touched on earlier, that inside pure and impure relative truth, this ego formation manifests as a reference point. So you can give an opinion about anything, about politics, about the weather, because we're used to commenting on what is going on. That is to say, we as ego are in the flow of experience. The experience is occurring around us, and we comment on what is occurring. We're involved. We're part of what is going on the level of reification, duality, and so on. So being me from this position, this is how I see it. Now, when we relax and we have this openness, we can still participate, but we participate as the flow is flowing from space. So instead of having stillness and movement as two oppositional forces, either I'm still or I'm moving, the movement of the mind is the breath of stillness. Like the reflection is the energy of the mirror. The mirror doesn't move, but the reflections move. So there is a unmoving moving. The reflection is moving, but actually the reflection has no being or essence or substance to it. So although the reflection moves, nothing is moving. Nothing moves in the form of illusion. So when you do the practice and you get up from the practice, the body getting up, the room you're in, everything is illusion. Illusion means appearance without internal defining essence, in the manner of a dream. So it's like a mirage. When you see a mirage in summer, you see something. It is as if it is there, but it's not there. So when you manifest in the world, it is as if you are here, and therefore you follow the patterning of how you interact with other people. But actually, you're not there. Not there in the sense that you're not wrapped inside this. This is no longer your home, but you are aware of your body moving in space, because awareness is not determined by anything. Awareness can look very small. It can look like the sky. We can be big, we can be small, we can be happy, sad, move in all kinds of ways. Why? Not because we have some personal characteristic, but this is the potential of the ground. As we looked earlier, when you become anxious or you develop obsessive compulsive disorder, any kind of neurotic formation is an abandonment of potential into an over-identification with a very tightly choreographed set of moves. Why does that occur? Because of tension. All limitation is tension. All freedom is relaxation. When you're just free. Just free. So that freedom is, years and years ago, I remember going to a theater in London, and it was a one-man show by a famous old comedian called Frankie Howard. And he was very interesting because he came to the front of the stage and he just stood there, was completely relaxed. He hadn't got a thought in his head, but he was just responding to whatever was going on. And somehow it was very, 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 very funny. Absolute relaxation, no anxiety, but absolute confidence. This will be okay. This will be okay. Been here before. This just happens like that. His non-resistance to the goodwill of the people who were there allowed him to surf along on their love for him, and that allowed him to release the optimal quality of himself. That's a relative truth example. But the more we trust and the more we stay in connection with the field of experience, we are participating in that unfolding field of experience. So the emptiness of the mind, what in Dzogchen is called primordial purity or kadak, means this open spaciousness of the mind, its ungraspability, has never been marked by anything else. For a mark to occur, something has to touch something else. It could be a child drawing on the wallpaper. It could be spilling your coffee on the carpet. One thing touches another thing and it leaves a mark. We have temporary marks, like if I wave my hand around, I feel the wind moving as the air moves, but that lasts a very short period of time. If there is nothing at all, how could it be touched? So we have something and we have nothing. How could something mark nothing? It couldn't. But even more profoundly, there is no something except the breath of nothing. Something is the appearance of nothing. It doesn't become something, but nothing appears as something without becoming anything. Everything is illusion. You see a rainbow. You can't go up in a plane and catch the rainbow. You see the reflection of the moon in water. You can't dive into the water and capture the moon. From your particular positioning, the mirage is revealed on the hot summer's road. It is there and ungraspable. So our being in the world is like that. We are an apparition. We are an appearance. We have the shape of our body, the health or ill health of our body, our physical capacity, our mental capacity, and so on. But it arises like a dream due to causes and conditions. It's just like that. We arise according to circumstances. We are not already formed and waiting. This is the really important thing. So in Dzogchen, they talk a lot about self-arising and self-liberating. Rang sha, rang ro. Whatever appears arises by itself and then vanishes. So it's not as if I am always me and I just look like this just now. When I'm talking with you, I talk in this way, but if I wasn't here, I would talk in another way. There isn't a fixed James continuing through time and space. You have a potential which is evoked. Now, because the evocation of the potential is seamless, it is as if through situation after situation after situation, I am here, as if I am a continuous thing, but this is not true. Because that is the idea resting on the idea of objectification of James. You see my picture, you hear my voice. Gradually you formulate some sense for yourself on the basis of your own history, personality. You formulate some sense, oh, James is like this. James is like this? Like what? Oh, like my idea of him, or like how he was there, or like that. It's always somewhere else. I'm here. But this here is now there, is gone. So this is Rang Sha Rangro, self-arising and self-vanishing. We are always arising and always vanishing. So it's fresh, it's fresh, it's fresh. It's only, the only thing stale about me is the idea of me. Life is always fresh. When you conceptualize life, concepts hover above the surface of life. Like in summertime, you have a pond and there's shimmering dragonfly moves across the surface. This is what our thoughts are like. Then, of course, your mind is attracted to the thought, but actually it's open. It's a beautiful day. Sun is shining. But, oh, there's the dragonfly. There's the dragonfly. So this is how we get caught up in the thought. Comes and goes, comes and goes. I am always vanishing. I am always manifesting or appearing or showing. this Tibetan Rangsha means almost like self-dawn, dawning by itself, like the sun rising. It's here and then it's gone. When did it begin? You can't say. When did it end? You can't say, because the next is occurring. So out of this ground of primordial purity, unborn purity, absolute ungraspable emptiness, what arises is immediacy. In Tibetan it's called plundrup, which means all at onceness, or coming in a clump, or not made, it just is. So it's a kind of fully formed showing. It's not something I prepared earlier. It's not like, oh, I've memorized a poem to say in school, so now I stand up and tell my poem. I prepared for that. Plundrup means fresh, immediate now, fresh, immediate now. It can incorporate all kind of elements, but it's fresh. So this seamless, instant, infinite arising is here and here and here and here. And each moment of it is there and vanishing, there and vanishing. So when you turn your head in your room or you go out for a walk, vista after vista is unfolding. This appearance, this appearance, this appearance. So amazingly vast, so varied, variegated, so many different flavors, colors, nuances. Like now it's in autumn in London, it's a grey sky. So my eye starts to adjust more to the shades of grey. The grey of the slates, the grey of the clouds, people wearing duller, cold clothes in the wintertime. And so the charcoal coloration starts to show its richness and vitality, whereas in summer there'll be yellows and reds and so on. This is the unfolding of the potential of the ground. Nothing exists. So I look across the road. Across the road from me is a brick building. It's built about, 1840 to 1860. So it's quite an old building. It's been there for well over 100 years. There it is. The bricks haven't changed. They changed the roof, but the bricks are the same. That building hasn't changed. Right, so what are we talking about? That building. Something is there, objectively. If someone owned that house and they tried to sell it, they become very rich because the house prices have jumped up through the roof. So somebody has bought something of great value. What have they got? A door that opens and closes and a path you go in and out of, and you go into one room. Nice, I've got 5 rooms in my house. Oh yeah, which one are you in just now? I'm in this one. What about the others? Don't you like them? Okay, wait a minute. You run to the next room. Oh, now I'm in the next room. Oh, this is a good room. I like this room. What about the kitchen? Oh yes, it's great. Come on, let's get. Fuck, all day long, morning to night, I'm running from one room to another because I'm enjoying my house. And why do you have to do this? Because the kitchen is only the kitchen when you're in the fucking kitchen. When you're not in the kitchen, where's your kitchen? It's an idea. Even when you're in the kitchen, can you see all the kitchen at once? There's always a bit behind you. You turn around. Oh my God, what about that? Well, spinning and spinning to get your kitchenness. Calm down, James, calm down. Okay, now I'm in the kitchen. This is what I see. What do I see? I see my little percolator for making coffee. What is it? It's a percolator. Who says? I say. Okay, so you tell it what it is. Yeah. This is a named object. It is created and used by my naming. When I was a child, in the house I grew up in, we didn't have a percolator. People in Scotland drank tea. They didn't drink coffee. If they drank coffee, they would have a small jar of Nescafe. That was enough. Nowadays, people want a fancy percolator, so I have a little one. So this is an object of choice which represents cultural formation. I have a percolator because of the idea of fresh coffee. Fresh coffee is better than instant coffee if you have the time to make it. If you're in a hurry, good to have instant coffee. So according to causes and circumstances, the objects display themselves. Like the ballet, the Nutcracker, the people go to sleep and all the little toys get up and jump around and do crazy things. So these objects are brought to life by the magician, the magus, which is you. You look out of your eyes and everything jumps into life. My books, my shoes. Oh, this is great. Someone else comes in, they see shoes. You see, oh, my shoes, my shoes, my shoes. Someone else, I'm not using these, these are your old shoes. No, but they're my shoes. So this is subject and object coming together. This is how we construe, how we create this image of subject and object. But I go into the kitchen and the kitchen reveals itself to me. The kitchen is a revelation and I am revealed in how I am in the kitchen. I am revealed going down the stairs. I am revealed opening the door. I am revealed walking in the street, taking out the rubbish, opening the big bin, putting the small bin into the big bin, putting the old bin in the house, and so on. Performativity, unveiling, revealing, showing, not disclosing, because nothing has been hidden. It's not hidden inside anywhere. It's fresh, fresh, fresh. So this is the relation between stillness, primordial purity, infinite emptiness, and how emptiness shows itself, Klundrup, instant presence, or effortlessly arising, or all at onceness. So very, very interesting. You walk down the street and you turn your head a lot as you walk and you see this and this and this and this, but keep your mind calm. Don't enter into judgment or interpretation or commentary. Allow the flow of direct experience and everything is given to you, but there's nothing to hold on to. There's nothing to grasp. As soon as you go to grasp something, oh, someone's got a new car. What's happening? New car, this is interpretation. This is my mind commenting on this car because I haven't seen it before and it looks new, maybe expensive. This is mental activity. So you have the revelation of phenomena, which is light. So in Dzogchen, there's a lot of writing about light, clear light, which then through the crystal shows as this multiple colored light, which is all the appearances of trees, houses, cars, and so on. And similarly, we have interpretation. Now, if the interpretation is arising in connectivity, in non-dual connectivity, it's there and then dissolves. But if I start to think, how come these people have got a new car? A lot of people go in and out of that house. I think they must be doing drugs. How else do you make so much money? Now I understand what they're like. So now some big story starts to develop in your mind. You seem to have got hold of something. This is what's going on all the time. This is why people like to read detective stories, because they're always about joining the dots to make patterns and seeing causes and conditions and why. This is ego activity, it's not awareness. Awareness is everything at once, and I am part of everything. So what we have here is emptiness is like the deep ocean. Instant manifestation or instant presence is like the shimmering surface of the ocean. And our participation is like a wave, and the wave arises and it's waving to other waves, wave after wave after wave after wave after wave. And each wave is fresh It's just this. It's just this. And where is just this? It's in this field of light. And where is the field of light? Unborn in emptiness. So in Dzogchen, this is how emptiness shows itself as the integrity of everything which appears. So you might then be wondering, well, if our topic is emptiness and compassion, where is compassion? This aspect of the wave rising up, my participation, what's it for? For me, or because of connectivity? When we speak to someone, with someone. Why? You might speak because you want them to do something for you or for themselves. You might speak just because you want the connection. Is the other person a means to an end? Are they like a tool or a vehicle for your desire? Or are they an end in themselves? Do you appreciate them? Something is arising in front of you. Something is displaying itself. It is John or Bob or Mary, Dagmar, whoever. Some appearance is there. And like waves in the ocean, you're pulsing together. You're moving together. What for? Who knows? You can always give it an explanatory narrative, but why? You don't know. Why is it that we connect more with some people than with others? Why is it we find some people easy to talk to? Why is it that even if we find people easy to talk to, we avoid talking to them? The complexity of our behavior is unimaginable. All of it is just this. All of it is just this, because the explanation comes after the fact. Why did I say that? How would you ever know? You said it. But why? I shouldn't have said it. One is a doubt and the other is a judgment coming after the fact. In the moment, there was some kind of patterning. And if we stay in connectivity, the likelihood of doing harm is not great. When the wave arises from the ocean, it is part of the ocean. So the wave and the ocean are non-dual. They are not two things. The wave is not born from the ocean and moving away from it. The wave is the ocean showing itself. So we walk and we talk within this field in which we are. We are the field emerging. The field emerges as the showing of emptiness. We emerge as the movement, the connective movement within the field of emergence. So in Dzogchen, this is called the Ngowo, the essence, which is emptiness, the Rangjin, which is the expression, and Tuji Kyunkyab, means all-pervading compassion. Compassion is connectivity. It is connectivity within the field of emptiness. When we say, from this day on, this and all my future lives, I will work for the benefit of beings, what is the benefit you want to give them? I want to free them from the suffering of samsara. Okay. And how does the suffering of samsara arise? Oh, it's when people imagine that they are truly real, that they exist as a person, and in their isolation and separation, they feel lonely and sad, and this makes them vulnerable to the 5 poisons. Okay, so where are they now? Oh, maybe in a hell realm, maybe in a heaven realm. Okay, and where is that actually? Oh, it's in the Dharma Dhatu. Everything is always already in the Dharma Dhatu. Dharma Dhatu means the sphere or dimension of dharmas. Dharmas here means phenomena. All phenomena are manifesting in the open sphere of emptiness. The hells are in emptiness, the heavens are in emptiness. These are ways in which emptiness shows itself. It's not that, you know, Adam and Eve did the wrong thing and got thrown out of heaven. They were in a good place, and then they had come and wander around and cut down trees and get water from the well and sow crops and so on. They were being punished. They were cast out of paradise. Not like that at all. Awareness doesn't mean that. Ignorance doesn't mean that. You are always here in the unborn openness of emptiness. You cannot leave emptiness because everything from the very beginning is emptiness. What you can do is not recognize where you are. You can imagine that you are in a particular place. So you could imagine I am on the planet Earth. I am a citizen of planet Earth. Or you could say I am in America, and America is the best country in the world, and we Americans are better than anyone else, and so I'm very lucky to be here. And because I'm lucky to be here, I don't want any Mexicans coming or people from El Salvador or Guatemala. These people will defile the purity of our American people. Americans have been fighting this for a long time. They fought it against the Catholics, especially the Catholic Irish. They fought it against the local Indians. They fought it against the black slaves they imported. So always this white supremacist, especially Protestant white supremacy. We are better than them. We are not like them. So this is how duality obscures non-duality. Everything is arising at once, together, in its diversity. Each item, each moment of experience is bright and sharp and clear. The senses are so beautiful. They reveal color, smell, shapes. You touch somebody's skin, it's so gorgeous. Oh, this. Oh, but what is it? What is it? And immediately becomes dull and thick. I'm not sure if you should be here. What's your passport? Do you have a visa? You can see that in the airport. It's like, wow, now you're being judged. You are a thing. Do you fit the right shape? And so instead of intrinsic belonging, here from the very beginning, there is conditional belonging. If you have the right papers, if you are the right skin color, if you are the right gender, if you have the right education, you can join. There is an entry ticket to our party. This is the difference between the Dharma Dhatu and the 6 realms of samsara. In the 6 realms of samsara, to be born in each realm requires a particular kind. Even then inside, there is more or less intensity. So you can be born as a human being, which is good, but you could be born as a human being in a barbarian land where you never hear the Dharma. Or you could be born with physical disabilities which make it difficult to study. So we have these 18 factors of a precious human birth. We have, if you have this, you have the optimal opportunity to study Dharma because your body is relatively stable. If you're born in a body that spasms a lot and you twitch, it's very difficult to meditate or study. If you have a body which can stabilize and you have a capacity to learn and to study, this is a blessing so rare, so precious. But it's not different from having a spasming body. They both are manifestations of emptiness. The manifestations of emptiness on one level are inflected. That means they're tilted and moved by the quality of karma. So karma means the consequences of your previous actions and the future outcomes of your present actions. You become like this, you become like that. So nobody is doing it. There is no maker. There is no God that made the world. There is no world that has been made. Everything is unborn inside the Dharma Dhatu. Everything is radiance. That's why when we do tantric visualization, we see in the open blue sky a rainbow, which forms as a seed letter, which forms as the mandala palace, which forms as the deities. These are all patterns of light, only light. When you look outside, you see light. I see a house. This is a familiar lie because I'm a liar and a cheater. I see light. I imagine a house. I believe in a house. I believe I live in a street in London and there's houses on the other side of the road. I believe this. What I see is patterns of light. So if I stay with my senses, I'm in the freshness of the light, and the light is changing because the clouds are thickening and thinning. Now it's late in the afternoon, so the sun is going down, and so the levels of illumination are changing. What I see is always changing. What I believe, what I think is true, can be stabilized as a wall of delusion. So we return to these: the deep ocean, the shining surface of the ocean, and the wave. If you stay present in this, your life is fresh, connective, moving, and compassion is your openness for connectivity. When in your ego self, you have things you want to sell and things you want to buy. What we want to sell is me. Do you love me? Do you like me? Will you give me a job? Will you take care of me? What we want to buy is you. You're very special for me. I need you. I need this book. I need a holiday. So the ego is in a transactional relationship with the environment, giving and receiving, giving and receiving. That's its structure. That's why when we do the meditation practice, we do a lot of giving and receiving. We send rays of light up to the Buddhas, and they send it back to us. We send it down to the hells. Giving and receiving is to wake up to the nature of pulsation. Instead of doing exchange, I'll give you this if you give me that, we just give and we receive and we give. It's the same like with Tonglen. Infinite giving, infinite receiving, so that you have a whole vast pulsation. This is the nature of compassion, because it means I'm willing to connect with anything, Already connected with whatever arises. What is it? It's the radiance of the ground. So when we say, who are you? Where did you come from? This is conventional relative truth. It could be impure relative truth if it's done with suspicion. Where have you come from? What are you doing? A policeman might ask in that way. But if we just say, I'm curious, where do you come from? This sounds friendly, but in a sense, I'm inviting you to give me the narrative of yourself. Tell me about yourself. I'm interested. It sounds sweet. It sounds friendly, but it's an invitation. Tell me a story. Invent yourself for me. Okay, invent yourself for me. So does that mean I can just invent myself however I would like to? Okay, try that. Oh, well, I'm a millionaire and I have a private jet, and this evening we're to fly over to Paris and I booked a little hotel. Oh, that sounds really good. Yeah, good. You can invent any bloody thing you like. That's human freedom. You invent anything. You can sell yourself as anything. That's what politicians do all the time. Lying, cheating, doing all kinds of corrupt practices because they want power. But what are we trying to do? When you connect with other people, what is your shopping list? I want to help you. Help you do what? You can help someone with their anxiety or their depression. I want to help you wake up. I want to help you become present in the fullness of your being. How will I do that? By not confirming your belief in your limitations. Now this is tricky. And I remember when I was in India, I used to spend quite a lot of time with different lamas. It was very easy at that time. And with the previous Karmapa, could sit in his room in Rumtek and he would be meeting lots and lots of people, or Dujan Rinpoche, all these lamas. And it was very interesting to see because they were interested and not interested simultaneously. They were very warm, friendly, but they didn't get involved. Someone would tell them a story and they say, oh yeah, okay. It's not getting involved. They're not kind of going to confirm this narrative or poor you or this must be hard. No comments like that, just, oh yeah, allez, okay. It's very interesting. I'm here, you're here, who are you? I'm open, and you're presenting yourself as this something. Now, am I a lock maker? Do I have a whole chain with many keys and I'm going to try and unlock you? I'm here. What do you want? And depending on how the person presented what they wanted, whether it was initiation or a blessing or advice on where they should live or asking for prayers about their family back in Tibet, these lamas would respond. They didn't have an agenda. This is very, very interesting. So it's an encouragement for us to think, what am I selling? What am I buying? What am I about? If you have a job in an organization, you have tasks and they need to be fulfilled. And you can encourage people to do the job they're paid for or volunteer for, but you can do it in different ways. You can do it in an official way with rules and regulations and warn people, or you can create an ambience which facilitates the movement of that energy. So from Dzogchen and Mahamudra, we would always try to do the soft way first. You know, this is shown with the 100 peaceful and wrathful deities. First you have the peaceful deities, then you have the wrathful deities. So when you die and you go in the bardo, you see the peaceful gods first, then if you don't find liberation there, you go to the wrathful gods. You should never start with hard edges. When you walk in the forest, you won't find a single hard edge, straight line, unless it's been put there by a farmer or a forester. In the city, almost everything is straight lines. So if we want to relate to people as organismic manifestation, they have no straight lines. In our body, we don't have straight lines. It's been bending and curving and so on, because we are part of this unfolding. It's when conceptual intelligence is applied, then you get straight lines, because it's efficient and it can be made in a regular way. So, all-pervading compassion arises from the plasticity of how we can emerge with other people. That rather than being something fixed, I can manifest in a way that will be fitting with how you are in this moment, as I experience it. And I may get it wrong, but we are trusting intuition and spontaneity. If you think about it too much, you come up with a game plan, and then you want to bring that forward as an agenda. Now you're imposing something onto the situation. So it's always relax, open, receive, respond. Relax, open, receive, respond. Response flows through us with the other person, because when you receive the other, you become with the other, and the response is co-emergent rather than imposed. So that is the meaning of compassion from the point of view of Dzogchen. It's not something that I do to the other person or for the other person, but I do it with the other person. That is to say, you get the optimal profiling of how the other person is, because you allow yourself to see them with minimal projection and interpretation. Okay, let's do a little bit of sitting now, just to have a bit more space after all these endless words. So again, we're resting the gaze in the open space. And this time we can support ourselves doing this Guru Yoga of the White R. in the space in front of us, we imagine a white letter R, maybe about a fist in size, either a capital A in the Western sense, or if you know the Tibetan shape, and it's surrounded by 5 colored light from the rainbow. This represents the manifestation of all the potential of R. R is emptiness. The potential of emptiness is nirvana and samsara. So this is the light of the 5 poisons, the 5 wisdoms, the 5 elements, and so on. Everything radiates from emptiness. So we just hold that as a momentary anchor, as it were. Then we make together the sound of ah 3 times, long and slow. And ah is just releasing everything out into space. So all that we're hanging on to, all that we accumulate and, excuse me, feel ourselves identified with, we just release it out. Ah, ah. And as we do that for the 3rd time, this I in front of us dissolves in space and we just sit in space. The open sky of the mind and the open sky of the Dharma Dhatu all around us are not different, sky to sky. Okay? Okay. So when we are sitting, many different kinds of experience arise. If you imagine that you're outside and you're looking at a small pond, and the surface of the pond is very still, and then it starts to rain very gently, and one drop lands on the pond, and there's a circle rippling out from it, and then another drops, and there is another circle and rippling, and then another drop and rippling, until the surface of the pond is full of ripplings. The depth of the pond is not the rippling, it's only the surface. So it's like that for us in the practice. The key thing is to really relax and open so that you are like the pond. And when the experience is arising, rather than you looking at it as subject to object, you experience these formations, sometimes looks object, sometimes look subject, rippling on the surface. These ripple and then they dissolve, so ripple and dissolve. So stay open and relaxed. As soon as you identify, you become part of the rippling. And then you can try to control it or hang on to it or get rid of it. And you get more and more involvement. So depth, openness, unchanging, bright surface, and movement. When the movement is on the surface, because it's self-liberating, it doesn't matter. What's causing these circles is rain. Rain is water falling into water. The disturbance, the pattern of the disturbance is non-dual with the quality that's there. Emptiness is moving emptiness. Water is moving water. So just stay without judging, without hoping for something different, without becoming bored. When these kind of experiences arise, when I say without doing these things, that's not very helpful. It means if you become bored or you become dispirited or you feel you don't know what you're doing, just try to stay present with it and see, oh, this is also just a ripple on the surface. This is just a pattern of little pulsations, little waves of the water. You don't have to correct it or make it better or brighter or anything. It's just a kind of boring ripple or a sad ripple or an angry ripple. Whatever kind of ripple it is, it's moving towards dissolving. The raindrop hits the water, the pulsation coming from the impact is moving out into vanishing. And then we see, oh, the depth and clarity is never affected by these moments, these events, these manifestations. Then we can have some confidence, because if when I'm sitting in the practice and events seem to create this turbulence or movement in me, and I stay with it and nothing harmful happens, it's just movement, and movement doesn't harm the profound still depth of the pond, then when I get up from the meditation and I'm interacting with other people, maybe the phone rings and somebody wants to talk, or you get some funny emails or something. If you have a feeling, oh no, oh, I didn't want this, that's just another drop in the pond. Or you start to talk with the person, maybe it's some unhappy love story and you feel all kinds of emotions. These are just raindrops on the pond, moving, pulsing. Nothing is harmed, nothing is destroyed. Water does not destroy water. But if you freeze like ice into a shape, then someone else's ice and your ice can bang together and you shatter each other, you fragment, you become upset and disturbed. Stay as water with water and allow the pulsations of other people's existence just to reverberate and pass through you. If you cut off from other people and try to keep them far away, it's very artificial. You say, I don't want to be involved, I don't want to speak to you anymore, it's too difficult. I mean, you can say that, of course, but we're putting a limitation on our capacity. The key thing is to be connected, but not involved. When you get involved, you get rotated inside, you get wound into the situation of whatever's going on. But you can be in interconnectivity and pulsations are toing and froing, but you let them come. Somebody says something and you feel hurt, and then you don't. The hurt arises and vanishes. Leave it as water. If you think that person's horrible, I don't want to speak to them again. Every time we talk, they say something hurtful and I get upset. Now you have become ice. Now you've become solid, fixed in your shape, and you are trapped. You're not trapped by them. They just said something that hurt you. That's already vanishing. You are trapped because you are saying it's not fair, it's not right, it shouldn't happen, I don't want it. And now you're fighting with ghosts because what they said has already gone. And you're thinking, well, should I phone them? Maybe I need to say something back to them. I'm not going to let them get away with it. And these thoughts are doing what? They disturb you. If you just allow them to be there, they will exhaust themselves. If they can ripple out, if the pond is big. If you have a bath in your house and you put water in the bath and you get in, when you sit down in the bath, you have to know that the level of the water will rise. And if you get down very suddenly, there will be waves and the water will go onto the floor. Oh my God, there's water on the floor. So you get out of the bath and you try to dry the floor, but you're dripping with water. So we don't want to have excess water like that. And the reason that the water went out of the bath onto the floor is because of the vibration not being allowed to disperse. The vibration of the water came to the wall of the bath and went back in and then went out again, and psh, it's often not the first splash, it goes over the second one because it builds up. Whew. So like this, if your pond, if your arena is small, you get the reverberation trapped inside like beating a drum. So always relaxed and spacious. These things happen. And this is how you can bring all your Dharma paths into the same point. So when you reflect on the suffering of the beings in the hells, they can't run away. They are trapped. May all beings have space. When you see people, when you think of the cows going to the abattoir and they're in some big cattle truck and then they're put into a metal pathway towards being killed, they are trapped. They can't go, they can't get out. We say, may all animals be freed, may all beings find happiness. The more you, on a general dualistic level, wish space and openness to other people, you're also reminding yourself the importance of space. Give it space. Give space to yourself, give space to others, and then whatever arises will move in that space. But as soon as you lock into a particular position, you have a fixation of, could be of ambition, could be of despair, could be desire, could be addiction, could be any kind of fixation. But whenever you lock onto an image of yourself, you are now in resistance to the waves. You now become like a, like a pier, like a walkway, a causeway built out into the sea. So the waves come in and out and they crash on the rocks. But now, because we want to tie up a boat, we build these stones out, and very soon they get washed down. The coast of Scotland's full of washed down causeways because the tide is beating and beating every day, twice a day, beating, beating, beating. So if you take a solid position in a world of impermanence, you will be battered by events. You cannot stop impermanence. You cannot stabilize the world of movement. So relax into space and let the pulsations move through. This is the most important thing. So you can review for yourself, where are the points where I freeze up? Is it with hopes that I haven't fulfilled? Is it some image of myself that I don't quite live up to? Whenever your living self, your actual living presence, is standing in relation to an idea that you have about yourself, then you can think, oh, I don't want to be like this, I should be like that. You have set up an ego ideal, something to strive for or achieve. Now you are displaced from yourself. So instead of settling in and being open as it is, you keep thinking as if only, I need to do this or I need to do that. I'm tired of doing this work. I'm going to change my life. But if I try to change my life, I'm going to run out of money. So what will I do? I don't know. I feel trapped. I'd like to change. I can't change. Round and round and round. So in that situation, give it some space. What is the plasticity of my potential? Because if you have a definition of yourself, it will be a lie. You are always much more than you think you are. Phenomena arise from the ground. There is an infinite supply of phenomena. I am speaking to you today. I've been speaking a lot. Who has been speaking? I don't know. I am not speaking. That is to say, I'm not speaking from out of me. The words are not coming out of me. If I look inside me, there's no me there. It's just I. And the words flow through. Just as there's a camera on my computer and the picture flows through. So just as the image of myself can be moving through the lens and into your screen, so I am also radiating out, not as me. It's not, there is a fixed me talking. And this is the same for all of us. Movement moves us. We are moving with the movement of the field. The field speaks through us. We are the voice, the eyes and ears of the freshness of the ground showing itself moment by moment. This is the fact. If you just look, you start to see that. You speak, you think, why did I say that? Who said that? The words flow through you. When you're walking, you find yourself moving in different ways. It's so great when I watch the children in the park, they're walking along and suddenly they're hopping on one leg. Why are they doing that? Something comes in their mind, they start hopping on one leg. It's very nice. I think, when was I last hopping? Oh, sad me. Hopping is very good. Life happens. Letting life flow through us without a game plan is actually very connective because we are participating. So the basic instruction, don't hold yourself apart. Don't fuse into what's arising, but stay present with it. And so that you are both the movement and the stillness simultaneously. And then compassion becomes something which is just the quality of your connectivity. You are available, and you are available to respond as required. So hopefully you can do the simple sitting practice, you can do this 3R practice, but the main thing is always to be kind to yourself, to be very gentle with yourself, Blaming yourself, judging yourself is a hopeless activity, but try to find this immediacy of fresh movement as it arises moment by moment, and work with it, collaborate with yourself as you collaborate with the environment, and then everything has its polyphonic display of beauty. The end. Goodbye.